Welcome to the welcome to the stream. Missing Kitty redemption. Totally fair. We'll hit up some Missing Kitty next stream. Krayshawn. I love Krayshawn. I'm a Krayshawn defender. I don't care. For next Umineko? Okay. That's fair. I can do that. I can do that. Welcome to the stream. I'm just a big Krayshawn defender. I don't care. I don't care who in the world knows. Welcome to the stream. It's Saturday Umineko stream. Look at that. We've done it for like the millionth week in a row. I'm gonna start. I want to start the stream with 3 facts. 3 indisputable facts. Fact number 1: we are in the month of October. In fact, just 3 days removed from Umineko Day. I think the fandom likes to call Umineko Day October 4th. So unfortunate I didn't do anything technically for that specific day. But hopefully, streaming it tonight, we make up for that. So happy belated Umineko Day. An honest to goodness national holiday that we've just learned of this year. Fact number 2 is that way early in the series, I had made mention where I was like, man, I don't think I ever had seen straight up like at a convention or something someone cosplaying an Umineko character. I was like, I don't think I've seen it. Now, the good point was made. Oh, I just wasn't aware of Umineko characters. So it was like, maybe I saw them and, it was just, to the untrained eye, I would never have picked up on it. So I was like, that's something I had said like way early in the stream. Or in the series, months and months ago. When did we start this? I think end of February or so. So I must have said it like end of February, beginning of March, middle of March, something like that. And indisputable fact number 3 is that I love a good commitment to a bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and update this Twitch title. And then I'm gonna let's go with the reveal. I gotta take these out. 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 Oh, the chair's in the way. Oh shit, it's all zoomed in, so I can't get. Let me get a. Oh, it's zoomed in, so I can't. Here, I'll go like this. It's useless. All useless. Or, what else? What other line do you want me to say? Allow me to spin the chest. I need to build up my demo reel. Allow me to spin the chessboard around. Should I point with this hand? Allow me to spin the chessboard around. Oh, you can't hear me, Mike. Allow me to spin the chessboard around. It's useless. All useless. I didn't plan I forgot that I have my camera zoomed in a bit. I'm kneeling now almost. No, I'm still splitting though. Look at this. I'm Ishiromiya Battler. There's so many questions that I can answer in a sec. But look at this shit. Look at this cape. Dude, I gotta like kind of fix it. Oh god, I gotta fix this. Dude, I can. Look at this crest. Look at this crest. Oh, it's this side. It's reversed. Look at that. Look at this. Look at that crest. Look at this. The pants. Dude. Ugh. Oh, this cape is just so all up in here. I gotta make sure I don't run over my own cape. Wait for it. All right, let me get this. All right, we have much to discuss technically about this. Show you the Gap costume next. I'll work on that for next month. Okay, so yeah, you might have guessed. If you can't tell, I'm dressed as Ishiromiya Battler, cape and all. So many things I could say behind the scenes about getting this costume together. The first one I want to say is that it is, the first one, I hate to admit, the sizing, I didn't trust. And I should have gone, I'm not a tiny person, I should have gone one more size up. But the problem was, if I went a size up for a lot of the parts, then some of the other parts would have been too big. And so when I had things to consider, so like off camera, I have a more accurate pair of pants, but I can't put them on. They're just way too small, and so that's unfortunate. So I had a backup pair of pants that work just as well, basically. Where did I get it? Okay, so I've assembled it pieces a while ago. This was an idea I had for a while. There are many parts of it that I got sent to me from a cosplay thing in China. So I had to have some things shipped to me from China, which was also a sketchy part of this all. And I think part of why the sizing thing was an issue. Because I didn't know what to believe. Already online sizing, I feel, is already difficult for my dumb brain. But also when you consider overseas and they're just playing fast and loose with numbers and metric systems or something. I don't know. I try my best. Overall, if I could increase the size of some parts of this, I totally would. So if I look like a fucking packed sausage in this a bit, don't say it. I already know it. You don't have to say anything. I already know. But so let's go. I didn't get a wig. I didn't do a wig thing. I took off my glasses. I'm wearing contacts. So hopefully that doesn't interfere with me reading for tonight's stream. I didn't decide to shave the face because I wasn't going to do that. I don't need to not go without a beard, technically. And then, yeah, dude, I'm impressed. Honestly, though, for how technically cheap a lot of pieces of this was, and then where it was coming from, and how I was kind of playing, I'm surprised at some of the quality. You can tell the quality of the clothing isn't perfect. So, like, it's very much like cosplay clothing, which you're, like, wearing a few times or something. Yeah, I wasn't going to go anime wig. I had the idea. I thought about it, and then I quickly scrapped the idea of that. The funniest part of the behind the scenes is the cape. So, if you recall, this was already coming and assembling and everything, and I was going to do this in the month of October. And then we saw the cape reveal of him with this thing. And I was like, oh, fuck. I didn't have to do it. But I was like, a cape is cool. So then I had to do like a rush cape thing. And again, as far as quality, I'm quite impressed. I didn't fuck up the cape sizing, I don't think. I mean, if anything, this thing you can barely see. Because it's like... It whatever. but it's big. It's there, big in the back. Also, unfortunate that my hair is just everywhere. I haven't had a haircut in a while. You're just gonna have to deal with that ugliness. And so, against better judgment, I'm gonna have face cam on as we play Umineko tonight, which I hardly ever do. The unfortunate thing is you're gonna see why the reasons why I don't do face cam. I gesture with my hands a lot, as I've been doing, I think, for the last few minutes. So you're gonna see a lot of hand gesturing, probably. You're gonna see the dumb faces I make constantly as I'm reading, like, in the different voices that I do, which aren't really that different voices, but whatever. You're gonna see me, like, probably touching my face a lot, because that's a thing I've picked up on doing. I cared so much about, like, prepping for this that I captured myself doing an Umineko stream. Wow, so you guys couldn't see the camera, but I could. And then I looked back, I, like, film reviewed myself. I was like, what are the things I do as I'm reading Umineko? And these are the things I picked up on. I was like, oh, I touch my face a lot. I make dumb faces as I read. And I was like, shit, this is why I don't do face cam. But, like I said, and like Chad has said, this is a special occasion. So, also, this isn't, obviously cosplay 101 point here, but this isn't the most comfortable thing to wear. But you know what? I'm doing this partly for my benefit, but for the viewers' benefit. I hope at the very least anyone who watches this gets a chuckle. You get a chuckle, right? The one other thing I need to point out is that you can clip this out. I don't know how we would disseminate this, but I got dressed up and everything. Now, I just need to find my Beatrice, you know? I just need to find my Beatrice, dude. I need to find my Beatrice. Where is she? I'm just I'm just a battler looking for a Beatrice, you know? She's out there somewhere. But enough of that. Maybe by dressing up and me reading some of Umineko, maybe it'll, like, summon Beatrice. Summon a Beatrice into my apartment. Where's the... There. Alright, so there. I've settled on the camera being this big. Also, I could probably do with... Well, there's a lot of head space here. Do we want to... Can I alt this? Let's see. Well, that's the actual bottom of this, so... let's go like that. Look how well I tested things. Live battler reaction. Fuck, dude. Also, the other thing is you can see me drinking, not a sponsor or anything, but my beverage of choice for tonight. Not a sponsor. Not a sponsor. Definitely not a sponsor. It's loading. Thank you, Battler, for your commitment to cosplay. The real question is, the one thing I didn't test, I prepped a lot doing this and everything. I even tried to think about, like, a Battler voice, but I can't, obviously I can't. I've had many episodes already to try to perfect that, and that's not happening. I haven't thought about, like, how uncomfortable this might be sitting for, you know, multiple hours reading. But also, if anything, this is gonna help my back. This is like, I'm sitting up, like, super straight. I don't know if it comes across, but normally I'm reading Umineko, I'm closer to my desk, and I'm like, and I'm like hunched into my chair. This, it feels almost, with how it's kind of small some of the pieces are, because this thing is, okay, so all the pieces, right? It's the red undershirt thing, it's the tie, it's the vest. I don't even know if you can see the vest very well. vest, the gray vest, the white, the cape, the pants, but the pants are ruined. Not ruined, but, you know, it is what it is. But all that packed together, it feels like I'm wearing one of those back braces. I'm sitting so straight right now. All for a dumb joke that honestly lasts for about 2 minutes. Like, is it really going to be fun to watch me in the corner of your screen reading this? I don't know. I don't know. Oh my god. Alright. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to adjust the mic just even more slightly. You want to say yes? See, my biggest fear about doing all this was that I do it, I take the efforts, I take the steps to do this. I get this pretty darn good-looking, not good-looking actor, but at least costume. And then, like, it's funny to me and it's funny to you. If like 95% of people who watch this go, what the hell is this? This isn't funny. This is not worth it. Then I'd be upset because I'm like, damn. I did this for nothing. For nothing, dude. Also, I really need to make sure. It's gonna be hard to. It's like the common thing, but once you have something that's then showing your image back, then you constantly want to look at it. But that's not it. That's not what I do. Plus, Umineko, this is obviously where the camera is. Umineko is off here. So I'm gonna be like this, and I need to resist the urge to want to keep looking that way. All right. Also, this cape, not easy to get on. It's the way capes are built. I don't know if this is. I don't have experience with capes, but like the best way I found to put it on was to like almost like you're putting on a t-shirt, but there's not like arm slits or anything. So then you're just like, you just got to make sure this thing didn't get caught. The cord thing didn't get caught in anything as you're like flipping it over your head and then getting it on and. But it's not like a jacket either. Ugh. Okay. So Shannon, Sayo, says, back then I was, and I guess I still am, a bit of a klutz. Oh, we didn't, what happened last time in Umineko? What happened last time? Oh, the two Beatrices. Inside of you is two Beatrices. It was a whole Beatrice thing. The multiple Beatrici. Beati. There was two of them. There was the battle-hardened one, and then there was the innocent one. One big and one little sister. Yes? Yes. Alright, two Beatrices. And I have none. So unfortunate. Okay. I always forgot where I'd put things, or think I'll look something up when I've actually forgotten. I caused a lot of trouble. I gotta adjust audio there. Alright, ha ha, ha ha. I remember how Aunt Natsui used to get mad at you all the time. But eventually, Shannon managed to overcome all that forgetfulness. It's me. It's me. Also, I don't know. I just decided on this being the camera, the best section, but I don't know. So if you'd rather me move my camera somewhere, obviously I'm not going to cover text. So then we're only working with like half the screen here. And in the corner seems like I don't want to miss like a facial reaction. So I didn't know. I landed on this. But if If the movement wants to, if we want to move somewhere, I'm open to it. And then I say, oh, and how'd you do that?
大したことじゃないですけど、こまめにメモを残すようにしたんです。
It wasn't anything big, but I got into the habit of writing things down.
大切なものはどこに置いたのか、ちゃんとメモして。
I'd write down wherever I put something important.
日々繰り返すことは、メモにチェックリストを書いて、ちゃんと点検して。
For things that happened often, I made a checklist and always made sure to check it.
それで?
So?
あなたはベアトリーチェを見たんですか? 見てないんですか?
Did you see Beatrice, or didn't you? Oh,
直接見たわけじゃないんですけど。
I didn't see her directly. But, well...
やっぱりおかしいことがあって。
Some very strange things did happen. She was talking about a certain summer night. She had been doing the nightly rounds. From her perspective, it was a ghost story. From the witch's perspective, it was just a story of a little summer's night prank. Ah, it's just a prank, bro. Also, you best believe I'm gonna get my mileage out of this costume. And I'm heavily debating about going to a costume party, or not costume party, but a Halloween party that most people probably won't dress up at. But I'm gonna do it anyway. And you better, sure as hell, no one at that party is gonna know who Ishirumiya Battler is. No one's gonna know, but I will be him. Little sister? Do you understand the anti-magic toxin that humans possess? I should just go to that party and then just not even say I'm dressed up as someone. I'll just say that I just felt like dressing up, you know, nice. That'd be like... no. What is it, Oni-sama? Well? The time of witches has long since passed. Those vile humans who claim to rule over everything came to deny our existence possess powerful toxin. This is just my normal trip. Is that toxin harmful to us? It is extremely dangerous. If we were exposed to it, our forms would probably evaporate in an instant. No, dude, that's how my my meet cute happens. I show up at this party. I don't know everyone who's going. And then I spend a night of people being like, who are you dressed up as? And I show them my phone, a picture of Ishirumiya Battler or something. And then they're like, oh, that seems weird. And I'm like, yeah, I know I'm weird or whatever. And then like 2 hours into the night, maybe she shows up late. Maybe she was there and I just never saw her. Someone dressed up as Beatrice. It's a meet cute that writes itself. Or... that doesn't work. I just go to the grocery store dressed up as this every time I go to the grocery store. And eventually, infinite amount of time, infinite amount of monkeys, someone else will show up at that grocery store dressed up as Beato. And then, that's how my meet cute happens. Someone dressed up as Beato has to be at HEB at some point. It is extremely dangerous. If we were exposed to it, our forms would probably evaporate in an instant. However, one thing we do have in our favor is the fact that our existence is still extremely weak.
毒の影響も甚大ではない。
Because of that, the toxin does not affect us greatly.
せいぜい一時姿を霞にされてしまうくらいだ。
At worst, it can only transform us into mist for a time.
し
A
かし
mist.
好んで浴びたいものではないということですね。
However, we'd rather avoid it if we can, right?
その通り。
Correct.
さすがはわらわ。
Yes, I see that you are indeed me.
理解が早い。
You catch on quickly. Beatrice truly tooting her own horn. The older sister appeared to be haughty at first. But, perhaps because she was so happy to have met her double and little sister, she was more than willing to teach her anything she wanted to know. The first thing she taught was that they were witches. A different type of being than humans. Beato had thought her inability to use magic meant she wasn't a witch, but apparently she was still a witch nonetheless. And she learned that witches like her were bound by various limitations, unlike humans. The greatest of those restrictions was the anti-magic toxin possessed by humans.
つまり簡単に言えば人間の視界に入ってはならないということですね。
So, in other words, we mustn't enter a human's field of vision?
その通
There
り。
wasn't a question mark, but I felt like there was going to be a question mark there. Correct.
人間の目は毒を放つものと同じに考えよ。
You can think of it as though human eyes radiate the toxin.
奴らに見られるということは身を焼かれるのと同じことだ。
If they see you, it is the same as your body being burnt.
それには劣るが、
Burnt
惹かれ
body.
ること、気取られることすらも毒を含む。
And though the effect is weaker, being heard or sensed can also result in contact with the toxin.
私たちは人間に近づくだけでも大変なのですね。
So, even just getting close to humans is dangerous to us? Wasn't Father a human? Why am I not burnt by Father's toxin?
我らが魔力を蓄え、
Father.
それを人間も認めたのだ。
I'm Father.
その毒は限りなく軽減される。
If we stock up magical power and have it acknowledged by humans, the toxin can be reduced drastically.
すなわち、我らの存在を認めさせることが人間たちから毒を失わせ、
In other words, by having our existence acknowledged by humans, we make them lose their toxin,
再び彼らの前に降臨することもできるというわけだ。
making it possible for us to appear before them once more.
なるほど。
I see.
今の私たちは基本的に人間たちのいぬ間のみに存在できるわけですね。
Simply put, as we are now, we can only exist when humans aren't around.
魔力がまだまだ足りぬわらわたちは
We are still very lacking in magical power.
人影に怯え、物陰にこそこそと隠れる野良猫にも劣る存在というわけよ。
Which makes us inferior to even a stray cat hiding from humans in the shadows. The main goal of the older sister was to gain a large supply of magical power and be revived as a great witch strong enough to have no fear of the anti-magic toxin. For that purpose, she had wandered around the mansion night after night, striving to regain her magical power and reduce the anti-magic power of the humans. Powerful previous Beatrice, whom she had read about in Featherine's library, had appeared openly in front of humans and had even toyed with them at will. According to her big sister, such a level of power was most impressive.
人前に堂々と姿を現し、魔法を自由自在とな。
Every time I see myself in the camera, I laugh. I have to, hold back laughter. To think that a witch could appear only before humans and use magic at will.
わらわとて想像もつかぬ大魔女の境地よ。
A witch like that would be so great that even I can hardly imagine it.
それがわらわたちの未来の姿だというのか。
Is that what we will eventually become?
はい。
Yes.
お屋敷の人間たちの前に堂々と姿を現し、魔法や眷属を次々に召喚できる。まるで絵本の中の魔女のようですらありました。
She was like a witch from a picture book, appearing openly before the humans of the mansion and summoning magic and underlings at will.
夢のある話だ。
How inspiring.
それがわらわたちの未来ならば、努力に励む張り合いがあるというもの。
If that is our future, it means that all of our hard work will have been worth the effort.
そうですね。
That's right.
それでお姉様、
Anyway, Oni-sama?
そのための努力とこうして窓の鍵を開けて回ることにどんな関係が？
How is that gold connected to going around unlocking windows like this? It was the middle of the night. They were following behind servants who were checking the locks on the doors and windows, and undoing those locks after the servants thought they had been set. It felt more like a child's prank than the work of a witch.
これこそが大魔女へ至る道なのだ。
This is the path that leads to becoming a great witch.
千里の道も一歩から。
All journeys begin with a single step.
その一歩は、下世の者の目には、時にあまりにみすぼらしくも見えよう。
To those who cannot understand, a first step may look quite foolish from time to time.
しかし、これは偉大なる一歩なのだ。
However, it is still a momentous first step. With pride, as though making the first step for mankind on the surface of the moon, the older sister undid the lock on a window with a click.
わからぬか、我が妹よ。
Do you not understand, little sister?
これ式のことが、なぜに偉大か。
Can you not see why a little thing like this is so momentous? She's like, no, I
いい
don't.
え、お姉様。
No, Oni-sama.
よくわかりません。
I don't really understand. The older sister closed her eyes lightly, smiled, and opened the unlocked window a crack. Cool outside air flowed in, making the curtains flutter.
あえて、人間の毒に満ちた言い方をしよう。
Let us put it in the toxin-filled words of a human.
本来、この島に我らはいない。
We are not supposed to exist on this island. Oh, the other point I wanted to make before we really get into this about me dressing up. There's so many things I want to say about me dressing up. I'm sure there's a lot of people that have watched this series and have been going through this with me, and like just the theoretical tier list of like of these people's favorite Umineko readers that decided to do streams or record themselves doing it or whatever. I gotta say, I probably have a lot of negatives like on my part, but I think me dressing up like shoots me up like several tiers at the very least. I should be like shooting up into like people's, I mean, it might be ambitious to be like I might be everyone's favorite like Umineko reader, but at the very least I gotta be like, with this move, like at least top 15 25% out there. How many other readers dress up as Battler or any Umineko characters, you know? There might be a couple. You might be able to find some. So maybe I'm below them. But other than that, I'm up there. Let us put in the toxin-filled words of a human. We're not supposed to exist on this island. I care about what the people care about. I shall go further.
今、この廊下には誰もいないのだ。
Right now, there's no one in this corridor.
なのに、こうして鍵が開き、窓が開く。
And yet, the lock has been undone, and the window has opened.
それがどれほどの奇跡であり、魔法であり、そして我らが存在する証であるか。
Can you see how
わ
great?
かるか？
Can you see how great a miracle, a work of magic, a proof of our existence that is?
そなたにもこの風の涼しさがわかるはず。
Even you should understand the coolness of this breeze.
わかります。
I do understand.
涼しいです。
It's nice and cool. There was also like a fear where I was like, damn, like when I picked like I was gonna do it like today a while back, I was like, oh, it's a few days after October 4th or whatever. I was like, I really hope there isn't like a super critical pivotal thing happening in the story in like the 4 or 5 hours we played tonight. Because I would look and feel very foolish if like it's a very serious thing happening in the story, like a very pivotal thing happening. I'm basically asking for the first time in my life, I'm asking for like a filler episode here. If this was the anime, I'm hoping for a filler episode. So I can just be here in the corner of the screen. Just being it. I do understand, it's nice and cool.
風の涼しさ、柔らかさ。
The coolness, the softness of the breeze.
そして、それになびくカーテンが髪をくすぐる感触。
And the feel of the fluttering curtain touching your hair.
そのすべてが我らが確かにここに存在することを教えてくれるのだ。
All these things show that we truly are here.
そして私たちが確かに存在した証をこうして鍵を開けることで示して残せる。
So, by unlocking the window like this, we can leave behind proof that we really did exist.
だから鍵をわらわは開けるのだ。
And that is why I unlocked it. Of course, it wasn't just small pranks like opening a window. She could also smash windows and vases or leave behind strange fires and mysterious scribbles. In fact, one time, she actually did play a large-scale prank in the kitchen, piling up kitchenware in an eerie manner and leaving behind a bizarre scribble which scared the servants considerably. She's like a little goblin. Like a mischievous leprechaun. It was a complete success. She'd really managed to scare the servants and succeeded in making them acknowledge the existence of magic, weakening the anti-magic toxin. However, she usually chose to make her presence known by unlocking windows. The act of unlocking symbolized her release from the limitations imposed by the human's toxin.
いつかは
One day,
わらわはわらわとそなたは一つの魔女となり六軒島のすべてを支配するだろう。
we will become a single witch and rule over all of Rokenjima.
その時こそ我らはすべての自由を得て自在に羽を伸ばすことができるのだ。
When that time comes, we will gain complete freedom and will be capable of stretching our wings as we please. We won't have to be afraid of anyone's gaze anymore. We'll be able to fly wherever we wish, disappear whenever we want. Laugh however we like, prank however we like, talk with anyone we want to. Humans might ask us from time to time. They might fight with us. Might ask, things of us. Okay. They might fight with us or play with us too. What wonderful things for us frail creatures who cannot appear before anyone to look forward to.
今はいたずら程度に過ぎん。
Right now, they are little more than pranks.
しかし、これの積み重ねによって我らは存在する証を少しずつ得ていく。
However, as a pile up proof that we exist will begin to gather.
すでに使用人たちはわらわの存在を夜の支配者魔女ベアトリーチェと呼び、
The servants already call me the witch, Beatrice, master of the night,
その存在をわずかずつだが信じ始めている。
and are beginning to believe in me bit by bit.
信じれば信じるほどその人間の反魔法の毒は失われていく。
The more they believe, the more those humans will lose their anti-magic toxin. I see. So, this means that Father has no anti-magic toxin. And that's because he truly believes in the existence of the witch I am, without any doubts. I finally realized that, though I thought him to be cold. Father does possess a kindness that can't be seen.
早く大魔女になってみんなの前に現れたいですね。
I wouldn't really describe Battler as cold, but whatever. I like to become a great witch and appear in front of everyone soon. Maybe this time period, Battlers. Indeed.
やがては誰の前にも堂々と姿を現すことができるだろう。
Eventually, we'll be able to appear openly in front of anyone.
それを重ね、さらに存在を信じさせ、やがては魔法さえ披露し。
By doing that repeatedly, we shall make people believe in us even more, and eventually, we shall display even our magic for all to see.
我らはそなたが話してくれた大魔女として六軒島に君臨するのだ。
At that time, we shall descend upon Rokenjima as the great witch you told me of. Ah!
魔女側の理屈はなかなかに面白い。
The logic of the witch side is quite interesting. I'm gonna say a hot take. I think I previously had said, like, it's kind of sucks that it feels like Angie keeps getting, like, stuck into these weird, like, side role things where she's, like, outside the main action and everything. My hot take, now that we've been here for a few streams, in this little area with her, especially, and Angie, kind of not feeling it. kind of not feeling it. That's my hot take. The logic of the witch side is quite interesting.
退屈せぬ。
It keeps me entertained.
信憑性ってあるわよね。
It does sound credible, in a way.
ここは幽霊が出る有名な心霊スポットって脅されたら、
When humans are frightened to hear that they've entered a ghost hotspot,
木の葉が一枚落ちたって人間は幽霊が出たと騒ぐわ。
they're likely to start yelling ghost, ghost at the drop of a hat.
そうだ。
I don't like a damn thing about this idea. Alright, good. So it's not just me. It's just like a weird, I don't want to say necessarily like a speed bump, but it's just like a thing that's like happening. And maybe this will become very important in a bit or later on in this episode or something, but like I'm just like, okay. I'm glad Featherine finds this interesting, this situation. That's right.
すべての現象は本来中立、中性、無味無色だ。
At a fundamental level, all phenomenon are neutral, indifferent, and dull.
それを望む受け取り方をさせるには、その環境づくりが必要となる。
If you want them to be viewed in a certain way, you must first create a suitable environment.
カリスマのある人物がたとえ何かを失敗しても好意的に解釈されるのと一緒よね。
If a person has charisma, people interpret what they do in a positive way, even when they screw up.
なるほど。
I see.
その意味においてはベアートたちのささやかな努力は間違ったことではないわね。
I guess in that sense, the Beato's small efforts aren't misguided.
屋敷の鍵が開いていただけなら、戸締まりを忘れたか、はたまた誰かのいたずらかで済む問題。
If it was just the mansion's locks being undone, everything could be resolved by saying that someone forgot to lock up, or that it was some kind of prank.
それが夜な夜な屋敷を魔女が徘徊しているという噂が、魔女の存在を少しずつ形作っていく。
However, rumors of a witch wandering about the mansion night after night slowly began to take shape as the existence of the witch.
夜の屋敷でおかしなことが起これば、それはすべて魔女の仕業とみなされる環境の成立。
An environment was established so that if anything strange happened in the mansion at night, it would all be viewed as the work of the witch.
なるほど。そういう論法がまかり通るまでに至ったなら、
I get it. If you follow that reasoning to an extreme,
それはもはや夜の屋敷には魔女がいるのと同然を意味するわ。
then what you get is no different from a witch existing in the mansion at night. After the Beatos, I just love the term Beatos. After the Beatos finished their mischief of unlocking and opening the window, they enjoyed the coolness of the wind and the brightness of the moon, then became gold butterflies and disappeared into the darkness. There was no way of knowing whether the window they had opened had actually been opened by them. The servants might have forgotten to lock up, or one of the family might have opened it after the servants had locked up and forgotten to shut it again. Or maybe someone had played a prank. In the same way that none of those possibilities could be denied, it was also impossible to deny the possibility that a witch really had opened a window to enjoy the night breeze. A result without an observer can possess an endless number of ways in which it might have occurred.
それをたった一つの可能性でしか捉えられない人間には何も想像することができない。
Humans who can't grasp anything more than a single possibility are unable to imagine anything.
しかし、魔女の可能性を信じられる者には、魔女のいたずらを想像することができる。
However, I'm trying to adjust how I'm sitting. I'm gonna try to. All right, better. However, people who believe in the possibility of a witch can imagine that it was a witch's prank.
その時、今我らが見たベアトリーチェたちのいたずらの光景は、事実としてかけらに刻まれる。
When that happens, the scene of the Beatrice's prank that we have seen is etched into the fragment as a fact.
魔法の原点の一つだわ。
That's one of the foundations of magic.
家庭の虚飾。
Embellishing the process. With just a little magic, even a mass-produced stuffed animal can be reborn as a wonderful, unique stuffed animal filled with a mother's love. Don't you dare bring up this character's name. Not tonight of all nights. Not tonight. If you doubt it, it'll be burnt by the anti-magic toxin. If you believe it, that magic will become the truth.
魔法のすべてが悪いわけじゃない。
Ellipses. Not all magic is bad.
マリアお姉ちゃんの言う通りなのよ。
Marione-chan was right.
いい魔法だってある。
Good magic exists too.
邪悪なる魔法を退ける力も人の子には必要だろう。
It may be necessary for a child of man to possess the power to repel evil magic.
しかし、愛ある魔法を焼いて汚さぬこともまた人の世の愛なのだ。
However, refusing to burn away and defile love-filled magic is part of how love in the human world works.
ま、許せるのはいい魔法だけよ。
Well, good magic is the only kind I can forgive.
それ以外はすべて否定して焼き尽くすに限るわ。
Gotta make sure I'm not like bending my cape weirdly. I'm trying my best. Okay, well, good magic is the only kind I can forgive. For all other kinds, the best remedy is to deny them and burn them away.
人の子らしい答えだ。
A typical answer for a child of man.
話を戻すわ。
Getting back to the point.
ここまででわかることはやはり
Knowing this much,
六軒島の夜の支配者と呼ばれた亡霊ベアトリーチェは存在しないということだわ。
I guess this means that the ghost Beatrice, who's called the ruler of Rokenjima's night, doesn't really exist.
夜の屋敷で起こる不可解な現象の総称に過ぎない。
It's nothing more than a general term for any inexplicable occurrences that take place in the mansion after dark.
すなわちベアトリーチェとは人物名ではなく現象名に過ぎないのよ。
In other words, Beatrice isn't the name of a person, it's the name of a phenomenon. If anything bizarre happens, it all becomes the work of the Golden Witch. That environment in which a witch could exist is what Beatrice is.
それが累積して1986年に至る。
That keeps building on itself until we reach 1986.
これこそが真犯人がかぶっているベールなのよ。
This is the veil that the true culprit is hiding behind.
そしてそれをかぶっているのは紛れもなく人間の誰かだわ。
And the person hiding behind it is, without a doubt, a human.
この魔女たちの過去物語の時点ではそうも断言できよう。
Perhaps that holds true at this point in the witch's tale of the past.
しかしその論法だけで1986年も戦い抜けるとは思えぬぞ。
However, I doubt you can use that argument alone to fight all the way through 1986. Don't you?
Baka
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
そんなの誰かが戸締まりを忘れたに決まってるじゃないですか。
Wasn't that obviously because someone forgot to lock up?
それを言われると
Well, you may say that, but,
でも一度や二度のことじゃなかったんです。
but, this isn't just something that happened once or twice.
それはつまりあなたが一度や二度どころじゃないくらいに
In other words, you're a klutz, a fool.
何度も戸締まりの確認を忘れるドジで間抜けでアンポンタンな使用人ってことじゃないんですか？
And a moron of a servant who forgot to check it not just once or twice, but many times over?
シャノンだけじゃないよ。
Shannon isn't the only one.
他の使用人の時にもいつも同じ窓が開いていたんだよ。
That same window was always open, even when other servants did the rounds.
私も母さんに夜に廊下の窓を開けっぱなしにしたことはないかって聞かれて。
Yeah, Mom even asked me if I'd ever left a window open in the hall at night.
そんなのやってないのになんだか怒られたぜ。
I had absolutely nothing to do with it, but she still got pissed. Sheesh.
ベアトリーチェもきっとお月見がしたかったんだね。
I didn't account for Maria's height. So as I should be, I'm covering up her face. That is excellent. I'm sure Beatrice wanted to gaze at the moon.
何度も同じ窓でそういうことがあると薄気味悪いよね。
It is a bit creepy to have that happen over and over at the same window.
それに厨房の料理道具が積み上がってて不気味な魔法陣だかの落書きがあったってのはもっとやばいだろ。
At a time when the kitchenware was piled up in the kitchen, with a creepy magic circle scribbled there, sounds even more freaky. Yes.
血みたいなもので不気味な魔法陣が書かれていたって話で、
They said it was an eerie magic circle drawn with something like blood.
それ以来厨房の見回りも怖がられていて、
Ever since then, people have been scared to patrol the kitchen.
その厨房の不気味な魔法陣事件、
About the case of the eerie magic circle in the kitchen.
目撃者は誰ですか？
Who witnessed that?
私じゃないです。
Well, it wasn't me.
私は多分辞めちゃった使用人の子に教えてもらったはずです。
I think I heard it from a servant kid who quit.
その日は私の勤務日じゃなかったし。
I wasn't on duty that day.
つまりはそういうことです。
So, it's basically like this.
心霊スポットに尾ひれがつくように、あなたたち使用人も夜の屋敷の階段を少し面白がったりはしていませんでしたか？
Just like those exaggerated stories you hear about haunted locations all over the world, you servants like to have a little fun telling ghost stories about the nighttime mansion, right?
あなたがそうして魔女が存在するかのように語り、それを伝染させているように。
You talk as though the witch exists and infect others with that belief.
つまりベアトリーチェの仕業ということになってる不気味な出来事はすべて
So, all the eerie things that are supposedly done by Beatrice are baseless rumors.
何かの偶然か事故、あるいは面白がって誰かが捏造した根も葉もない噂話
Which are either the result of coincidence, an accident, or something that someone fabricated for fun.
とそう言いたいわけか。
Is that what you're trying to say?
そういうことです。
Exactly.
ベアトリーチェなんて存在するわけがないじゃないですか。
Of course there's no way Beatrice exists.
ベアトリーチェはいる。
Beatrice exists.
バトラさんはよくご理解されているようですね。
I need these two to fight. I need them to just attack. I need Erica to say Beatrice doesn't exist one too many times, and then I need Maria to just fly into a rage and go at her. just fight. I'm glad you understand so well, Battler-san.
そういう名の人間、あるいはそう自称して何かを行った特定または不特定多数の人間は存在するでしょうね。
There's probably some person by that name, or else multiple persons of a fixed or unfixed number who do things and attribute it to that name.
しかし、私たちが期待して妄想するような黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェなんていう存在は
However, this delusion of a golden witch Beatrice that we're all thinking of
全くにもってありえません。
is completely impossible. Oh. Said we need a stream where you do a cooking tutorial for baked Maria with apples. Really just show my love or lack thereof of Maria as a character. I should do a cooking stream. I've thought of doing something like that before. It would require more work, which clearly I'm not opposed to doing. Baked Maria with apples. I'm sure someone has made like a followable recipe out there for that. Beatrice exists! I've met her!
へえ、その話を詳しく教えてはもらえませんか？
Oh, could you tell me about that in detail?
あなたはベアトリーチェに会った？
You met Beatrice?
そして魔法を見せてもらったとでも言うんですか？
Yeah, I could make it super simple. Just get a big old fondant Maria face. And just baked apples, put it on top. Could you tell me about that in detail? You met Beatrice, and did she show you magic or something? Oh wait, they might fight. I might get what I want. I see her all the time. Every time I come to Rokenjima. She always shows me fun magic. Denying the existence of the witch would always have the immediate effect of infuriating Maria. However, Erica, who didn't know this trick to avoiding Maria's fury, plunged into it head-on. But no matter how Maria tried to sell the idea of Beatrice's existence, she stood no chance of defeating the ruthlessly intelligent Erica in an argument. George and Jessica hurriedly tried to calm Maria down, but there could be no quelling her anger at this point. Good. So, she showed you magic? Could you explain in detail what kind of magic? She would always use magic to give me candy as a present. Beato can create candy with magic. She just took it out of her pocket, didn't she? No, she didn't. It was magic. It was incredible. Tons of candies poured out of an empty cup. Oh wow, that's awesome magic. That's right, that really would be magic. Yeah, it was magic. It really was empty. I checked inside it myself. Huh? What do you mean you checked inside it? If Erica somehow like oh, she can't use it though. I was gonna say if she was able to use red text and somehow use the red text on Maria here, and Maria like fully understood what the red text meant, Maria might like suddenly like combust and just explode. Jessica says give it a rest, Erica-san. She's just a kid. Come to think of it, Erica-sama, would you like some more tea?
No, thank you.
No, thank you. I'm having a seriously intellectual discussion over here. You outsiders can stay out of this. You'll have to tell me more in detail, Maria-san. What do you mean when you say that you checked inside it? Fortunately, we have right here with us a teacup that's just been overturned and empty. Come on, be my guest and reenact what happened then, okay? Let's see it, if you would. Let's see it. After holding the cup of black tea, which she had just overturned and was still dripping, upside down and over the table, Erica slammed it down hard and slid it over to Maria. Erica's eyes glowed repulsively, like those of a snake about to snap up a fog. Those eyes were ice cold and had a madness in them that made one want to avert their gaze. On the other hand, Maria was glaring furiously, her whole body shaking uncontrollably, in the greatest expression of anger that a human can manage. The look on her face was frightening, not at all what you'd expect from a 9-year-old girl. Stop it, both of you! Okay. Beatrice took the empty cup, and then she did this. She put it upside down on the table. Yeah, And then what?
そのまま開いたら飴玉が溢れ出してきたわけですか。
Did she lift it up right away and candies flowed out?
それはすごい。それなら魔法ですよね。
Incre-
それならば
Incredible. That really would be magic, right? It would be. Battling others tried to get between the two and calm them down, but it was no use. They violently pushed aside the others, and, glaring at each other from so close that their foreheads banged together, they repeatedly slammed the upside-down cup on the table. The sound of their foreheads banging together and the cup being slammed or slapped down shattered the barrier between reality and illusion. Oh my!
魔法だよ。魔法なんだよ。
It is magic. It is magic.
ベアトは魔法でキャンディーを生み出したんだよ。
Beato used magic to make candies appear.
なら再構築してもらいましょうか。
Then why don't you reproduce it for us?
マリアージュ・ソルシエル創立者にして原初の魔女のマリア
Founder of Maria Sorcerer, Maria, the Witch of Origins.
エリカ卿、取るに足らぬ相手です。
Lady Erica, this opponent is not worth your time.
戦うまでもありません。
This battle is not worth fighting.
お黙りなさい殺人球体関節人形
Shut up, murder doll.
さあ
Okay,
この伏せたカップの中がどう飴玉で満たされたって言うんです
how do you claim that the overturned cup was filled with candies?
カップをひっくり返したってキャンディーは出てこないよ。
Just turning the cup over won't make candies come out.
だって魔法を使わなきゃ出てこないもん。
Because you have to use magic.
ベアトは魔女なんだもん。魔法を使うんだもん。
Beato can use magic because she's a witch.
はいはい魔法ですね魔法を使ったんですね
Oh yes, magic. She used magic.
どうやって魔法を
How did she use magic?
魔法のステッキを振るってカップを叩いたら飴玉が溢れ出した
Did she swing a magic wand and tap the cup to make candies pour out?
違いますよね違いますよね
No, that can't be, right?
ベアトは魔女だから魔法を使うの。
Beato is a witch, so she uses magic.
魔法は呪文を唱えて奇跡を起こすの。
Magic happens when you say an incantation and cause a miracle.
キャンディーを生み出す魔法も呪文を唱えなきゃ使えない。
You can't use the magic that makes candy unless you say the incantation.
はいはい了解グッドですグッドグッド
Oh, sure. Understood. Good, good, very good.
呪文をどうぞ魔法をどうぞさあさあどんな呪文を魔女はどんな風に
Let's see this incantation. Let's see this magic. Come on. What kind of incantation would a witch use? What kind?
さあさあ思い浮かべてごらんなさい。
Come, try and picture it.
カップの中にキャンディーがいっぱい。
The inside of the cup is filled with candies.
そんな素敵なところを思い浮かべてごらんなさい。
Try and picture such a wonder.
へえそれで
Oh, and then what?
カップの中には
Look, the inside of the cup
キャンディーがいっぱい。
is filled with candy. This is very unfortunate. Even I feel bad for Maria here because Maria is so out of her depths. She's literally just describing a fantasy. She's like, all right. She puts the cup upside down. Close your eyes. Open your eyes. There's candy. No, the Maria face looked new. The Maria face looked new. Although I bet there's like one frame, maybe it appeared before, and we just didn't. I just don't remember it. Maria grasped the overturned cup so tightly that it nearly cracked, and slowly lifted it up. Then, from the inside, several cute candies poured out. Maria looked at Erica with a full smile, as if to say, that showed you. Good.
これがベアトリーチェの魔法だと言うんですね
And this is what you'd like to call Beatrice's magic, is it?
ドラノー
Delanor!
ル
Beat
チ
her
や
to
レ
death. Damn it. Part of me wanted Delanor to just be like, no, this is a waste of time. Your petty arguments are dumb. You are battling a little child. As you wish.
ベアトの魔法は誰にも否定させない。
I won't let anyone deny Beato's magic.
だって魔法は魔法だもん。
Because magic is magic.
魔法なんてありえません。
Magic is impossible.
あなたがありもしない嘘話をしている可能性があります。
You might be telling a lie about something that never happened.
復唱を要求です。
Repetition demanded.
これに応じぬ場合、ノックス第7条の違反です。
Failure to respond will be a violation of Noxus 7.
応じるよ。これは真実だよ。
I'll respond. This is the truth.
これは本当の話。
This is a story of something that really happened.
テーブルやカップに細工があって実は手品だったなんてそんなオチはありませんものね。
This wouldn't have anything to do with a trick in the actual cup or table, making this just a sleight of hand, right?
それは違反ですもんね。
That would be against the rules, wouldn't it?
秘密の仕掛けと細工はノックス第3条の違反です。
Hidden devices and tricks are in violation of Noxus 3rd.
ただし、その伏線が示された時のみ、ノックス第8条により許されます。
However, if and only if foreshadowing has been presented, these are permitted by Noxus 8th. Noxus 3rd prohibits hidden doors and devices that have no clues pointing towards them. However, by presenting foreshadowing and clues that point towards the existence of said devices, Noxus 8th allows them to be used.
そんな細工は何もない。
There were no tricks like that.
ただのテーブルとカップだよ。
It was just an ordinary table and an ordinary cup.
だから手品じゃない魔法だよ。
So it was magic, not sleight of hand. Hit the wrong button.
了解です。
Understood.
ノックス第9条によりマリア教の魔法目撃が認められます。
By Noxus 9th, we acknowledge that Lady Maria witnessed magic. Ha ha ha.
そうですよね。第9条ならね。
That's right, with the 9th at least.
観測者はいついかなる時でも視点を語ることが許される。
Observers are always allowed to speak their personal opinions.
でなかったら女装した犯人の目撃を女を見たと表記したミステリーは全て失格ってことになりますから。
Otherwise, mysteries where the culprit is seen dressed up as a woman and it's written I saw a woman would all be disqualified.
いいんですよ。あなたが魔法を見たと主張しても。
Sure, that's fine. Claim that you saw magic all you want.
全ての真実は主張に過ぎない。
All truths are nothing more than claims.
だから私はあなたとは異なる真実を主張し、それをカンパします。
So, I'll make a different claim and see straight through yours to the truth.
それが探偵の役目、
That's-
醍醐味ですから。
That's the detective's duty, and where we shine the most. Most.
カンパなんてできないよ。だってこれは魔法だもん。
There's nothing to see through. This is magic.
その魔法は魔法ですから魔女にしか使えないわけですよね。
Since it is magic, only witches can use it, right?
そうだよ。魔女にしか使えないもん。
That's right, only witches can use it.
では人間の私にも使えてしまったら
So, if a human like me could use it too,
魔法ではないということになりますね。
that would mean it isn't magic, right?
お前なんかに使えないよ。
Uh-oh. You can't use it. Erica is gonna do her best Chris Angel impression, and she's gonna make candy appear out of an upturned cup.
ベアトにしか魔法は
Hate to
使
see
え
it.
ないもん。
Only Beato can use magic. Good.
なら
私がやってみせようじゃありませんか。
Then why don't I show you?
この空のカップの中に飴玉を生み出してお見せします。
I'll make candy appear from out of this empty cup.
やれるならやってみてよ。
If you think you can, just try.
無理無理、無駄無駄。人間にできるわけがない。
Impossible. Impossible. Useless. Useless. There's no way a human can do it.
なら期待ご期待ごご期待。
Unfortunately for Maria, Erica has read up on her sleight of hand for beginners book recently, and she knows how to make candy or anything appear out of a cup. Then please, please, please just relax and watch.
さあ、ここに空っぽのカップがありますよ。
Here we have an empty cup.
よろしいですか？よろしいですね。
Is that okay? It is, isn't it?
それをこうしてテーブルに伏せます。
Then we turn it over on the table like this. Delanor's not impressed.
無用の戦いと思われるなり。
Let it be known that this fight has no purpose.
さあ、飴玉を生み出す呪文を唱えますよ。
I really like that she came in just to say that. Okay, can you say the incantation for creating candies?
なんなら一緒に唱えますか？
In fact, why don't we say it together?
さあさあ、思い浮かべてごらんなさい。
Come, try and picture it.
カップの中にキャンディーがいっぱい。
The inside of the cup is filled with candy.
そんな素敵なところを思い浮かべてごらんなさい。
Try and picture such a wonder.
ストップ。
Stop!
マリアさん、
Maria-san,
どうしてあなたは呪文を唱えるときに目を閉じるのですか？
why did you close your eyes when you said the incantation?
魔法の奇跡をどうして目撃しないんです？
Why not witness the miracle of magic?
人間は半魔法の毒まみれだからだよ。
Humans are polluted by the anti-magic toxin.
いやしい人間が見てたら魔法の奇跡がかき消されちゃう。
This is so unfortunate. If a lowly human saw it, the miracle magic would be wiped out of existence.
だからいやしい人間が魔法を使うときには目を閉じなきゃいけない決まりなの。
That's why the rules say that lowly humans have to close their eyes when using magic.
なるほどなるほど。人間の魔法に対するお作法、了解しました。
I see. I see. Okay, I understand the protocol for humans to follow when magic's being used.
つまりあなたは魔法の瞬間を目撃したことは一度たりともない、そういうことですね。
In other words, not once have you ever witnessed the moment that magic happened. Is that right?
さあ、出来上がりです。
Look, it's done now.
どうぞカップを開けてみてください。
Please, try and lift up the cup, okay?
私がキャンディーを生み出す魔法を使いましたから。
After all, I've used magic to make candies appear.
魔女をバカにするお前なんかにキャンディーの魔法が使えるわけない。
There's no way someone who makes fun of witches could use candy magic.
では、もしもうまくいってましたら、お慰み。
Then if it actually does work, it'd be pretty amazing, huh? After glaring at Erica with the utmost of malice, Maria slowly stretched her hand out and towards the overturned cup. There was no way that Erica, someone who made fun of witches like this, could ever use magic. There was no way that there'd be candy there.
カップの中はどうです？
So, how's it look inside? And there lay a single candy with a cute wrapper. See?
これが魔法ね。
This is magic, right? Erica smiled gently. A look of disbelieving shock rose to Maria's eyes, along with envy for this person who could use the same magic as Beato.
エリカも
Next, Maria, I'm going to show you how to remove a finger. Erica,
魔法が使えるの？
you can use magic too? See? It's magic, isn't it?
これが
What I did there? Yeah!
ってことはつまり
So in other words, Erica smiled pleasantly. She and Maria had finally reached a deep understanding.
わけねえだろ
Of course it isn't!
あんたが目つぶってる間にカップ開けて飴玉放り込んだだけじゃないですか
Well, you had your eyes closed. I just lifted the cup up and tossed a candy in.
これが魔法
You call that magic?
こんなの三流手品でしょうが
It's just a third-rate trick. Yeah!
これがまず探偵としての青き真実です
There's my blue truth as the detective.
そして重ねて真実の魔女としてくれてやります
Now,
赤き真実を
now, as the witch of truth, here's my red truth.
あんたの言う飴玉の魔法はただの手品
Your so-called candy magic is nothing more than a sleight of hand.
ベアトリーチェとかいうエセ魔女が魔法と称して
Shooting Maria constantly.
手品
Just a sleight of hand that the fake witch calling herself Beatrice or whatever claimed was magic.
つうかあんたこの程度の手品で騙されるわけで
I mean, seriously, did you really get fooled by such a stupid parlor trick?
あんたの主観が語る魔法なんてね全く信用できやしない
Any magic related by your perspective can't be trusted at all.
あんたが魔法だと思い込んでるものは全てあなたが種に気づかないだけの手品に過ぎません
Everything you ever thought was magic is just a trick that you didn't get.
魔法なんてあるわけない存在するわけない
There's no way that was magic. There's no way magic exists. Huh?
このカップにキャンディーを入れたのはエリカの手品かもしれないけど
It might have been sleight of hand when you put candy in this cup.
だからといってベアトの魔法も手品だったことの証明にはならないよ
But that doesn't prove that Beato's magic was also sleight of hand. Yeah, no, I kind of cursed this upon myself. Uryu!
ならば同時に魔法以外では不可能だったことの証明にもなりませんね
However, you also can't prove that only magic could have done it.
この腐れぬいぐるみが
You rotten stuffed animal!
金家謹んで申し上げ立てまつる
Please, allow me to speak.
無用の勝負これまでと知りたまえ
Hands up. I had to, like, raise them. Okay. Know that this is a meaningless battle.
この紙切れどもが
You goddamn scraps of paper.
いいところで邪魔を
Why'd you have to butt in at the good part?
これで十分です
That is enough.
カップの中にキャンディーを表す魔法についてはマリア教に手品であっても魔法だと誤解する可能性があることが示されました
Lady Maria has been shown that the candy cup magic could possibly be a trick that she misunderstood to be magic.
よって魔法であるとの主張は却下されます
Therefore, her claim that it was magic is dismissed.
でもマリアの時は本当に魔法だったかもしれないよ
However, it might really have been magic when Maria saw it.
手品が存在することが魔法を否定することにはならない
Just because it can be done by sleight of hand doesn't disprove magic.
エリカ教お見事です
Well done, Lady Erica.
見事マリア教の魔女幻想を打ち破りました
Congratulations on crushing Lady Maria's illusion of the witch. An illusion of the witch occurs when someone tries to force the acknowledgement of magic by claiming that a thing would be impossible without it. It's how witches launch an attack. If someone's able to successfully argue back and show that it would be possible without magic, the illusion of the witch is defeated, and the witch must retreat. The magic Maria claimed to have seen could have been a trick, so it was unqualified, to be acknowledged as magic. However, that was only the result of this battle. It was still too early to bring the fight into the domain of denying Beatrice, the witch, and the magic that Maria believed in. However, battles always end instantly when your opponent surrenders. Erica had wanted to hit Maria with everything at once, defiling the witch and magic she believed in, and crushing it without a fragment of compassion.
あと一歩で波が引いた後のまっさらな砂浜みたいな無垢なハートをズタズタに引き裂いてやれたのに。
Just one more step and I've been able to take a heart as innocent as the smooth sand just after a wave is pulled back and tear it to bits.
残念です。
What a shame.
今日が冷めました。
This isn't any fun anymore.
これで満足？
Are you satisfied now? Ow! Ow, 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 ow. Erica grumpily punched Eleanor's arm that had been restraining her. However, that cold, hard, marble-like arm just made Erica's hand hurt.
外交官特権。
Diplomatic immunity.
この勝負はもうおしまい。
This battle is over.
近景
Allow me to speak.
外交官特権了承するものなり
Diplomatic immunity accepted.
意図大人げない戦いと知りたまうものなり。
Note that this fight is childish.
何か言いました？
Did you say something?
何も。
Truly, the question here is who is more embarrassed by the result of this? Is it Maria for having her image of magic potentially shattered and her getting dunked on? Is it Erica because she truly felt the need to do this grandstanding type of fight at Maria? Or is it all these third parties that have to witness it pretty much against their will? Delnor says she did not.
引き上げましょう。
Let us withdraw.
マリア教など、所詮はエリカ教の敵ではありません。
Lady Maria is no enemy of yours, Lady Erica.
この程度の雑魚、見逃したとて問題はありますまい。
There's no need to pay any attention to small fry such as this.
そうですね。
You're right.
子供の夢を引き裂くなんて、私も随分と大人げないことしちゃったものです。
How childish of me, tearing a kid's dreams apart.
本当にごめんなさい。
I'm really sorry, okay?
私にしてはエレガントじゃなかったことをお詫びします。
I apologize for my momentary lack of elegance. Giggle. Giggle.
行きましょう。
Let's go. Erica and the others turned their backs on Maria, who was still crouching down limply. However, as detectives and famous mysteries have always done in the past, Erica clapped her hands, stopped, and turned around.
そうそう。
Oh, that's right.
いかがです？
What do you think?
ただカップが伏せてあるだけで、
Simply by the existence of the overturned cup.
フルドエリカはこの程度の推理が可能です。
This level of reasoning was possible for Furudo Erica.
いかがです？皆様方。
What do you think, everyone? Erica's merciless words gouged themselves into Maria's heart once more. Cry, 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 cry. Oh, that's the laughing, not the crying. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Erica left, leaving an evil laugh behind her. After bowing to Maria and Sakataro, Delano left too. Gertrude and Cornelia followed suit. After that, only Maria and Sakataro were left in the lonely garden land. Uryu. Beato is a witch.
ウリュウ、
Uryu.
ベアトは魔女だよ。
Beato is a witch.
魔法だもん。
It was magic.
魔法だもん。
I know he's the friend. He's the friend who has to just be like, even though he just saw his friend get embarrassed, he has to be like, it's okay. Don't worry about it. It was magic.
魔法だよ。ベアとは魔法でマリアにキャンディーをくれたんだよ。
It was magic. Beato used magic to give you candy.
疑わなくていいんだよ。
You don't need to doubt that.
うりゅう。
Also, in a sense, Sakataru is fighting for his life here, because the moment it feels like if Maria stops believing in magic, then doesn't potentially Sakataru just cease to exist or live at that point? He'd just crumple and turn into like the doll form of himself. He'd just be like, just kind of like deflate and fall down. Just. She stops believing in magic, and his like limbs start like transforming back into like into like a stuffed animal. He's like, no, as his face like starts like anamorphing back into like a lion, and he's like, ah. Oh, God, Maria, please, no, it was magic, candy magic. As his like his face starts going like, ah. You don't need to doubt that. Uryu,
ベアとを信じてあげて。
please believe in Beato.
魔法は信じなくちゃ実らないってマリアは知ってるよ。
He's gaslighting for his life, dude. You know that magic can't bear fruit unless you believe. Surrounded by an ice-cold drizzle that had started falling at some point, Maria cried quietly. Trying to at least protect her from the rain, Sakataru used his large sleeves to cover Maria's head, and stayed there by her side. I'm not owned. I mean, the meme I immediately thought of is that, like, what is... I can't even... Because I've always seen it, like, photoshopped or shopped, but, like... I want to say it's, like, for some reason, like a very muscular Venom or something, like, dunking on something else, and then, like, Photoshop Erica's head on the dunker, Maria's head on the donkey, getting jammed with a basketball. Okay, let's go, Maria.
上の部屋で一緒にトランプでもしよう。
Let's play cards together in the room upstairs.
エリカさん、
Erica-san.
僕は今のやりとりはあまり大人として尊敬できないね。
As an adult, can't say I was very impressed by that conversation just now.
どうもすみません。
I think Erica is incapable of being humiliated. There's no way. She sees what she just did as, like, a justified, and she's like, I will crush any and all opponents beneath me. Assert dominance. My apologies. I can't shame her.
子供なもので。
I'm still just a kid, after all. After seeing that wonderful candy magic brutally insulted by Erica, Maria had been crying nonstop.
食後のクイズ大会の時から感じてたが、
I started noticing it as soon as the after dinner party or quiz party.
お前性格悪すぎだぜ。
But your personality really is screwed up.
楽しいか？
Do you think this is fun?
小さい子の夢、ずったずたに引き裂いて楽しいかよ。
Do you like tearing a little kid's dreams apart?
バトラ様もおやめください。
Please, Battler Sama.
どうか私に免じて、この場はこれ以上はお控えください。
Please, for my sake, don't push any further here.
お願いいたします。
Please. Shannon, who had been looking flustered, bowed her head deeply and implored Battler to stop. George, who didn't want Shannon pressured, fell in line.
行こう。
Let's go.
また今年も僕たちはいとこ部屋で過ごそうよ。
Let's spend this year in the cousin room again.
テレビを見たり、トランプをしたりして遊ぼう。
We can watch TV and play cards.
エリカさんの部屋用意があるそうだから。
I've heard that Erika-san has her own room.
シャノン、案内してあげて。
Shannon, please guide her there.
まだ結構です。
Oh, no need to bother yet.
私はもう少しここでのんびりすることにします。
I'll relax down here for a little while longer.
余韻を楽しみたいので。
I want to savor it for a bit.
何の余韻だよ。
What the hell are you trying to savor? Battlelanders could no longer hide their irritation. If she says she's a child, just force her to go to bed. Force her to her room. She's a guest. Get her out of here. They had no obligation to entertain their uninvited guests any further than this. Erica herself understood perfectly well that no place would welcome a detective. Pick her up, place her in room. Battler and the others wanted to leave, and Erica wanted to stay. Neither had any desire to stop the other. Jessica urged Maria, who was still crying, to come along. Then, Maria stopped and spun around. Oh no, Maria's going in for round 2. Oh shit!
何か?
Got a problem? Dude, I hope... Unrealistic wish here. I want Maria to just pull out a knife and stab her to death. I want her to take a knife out of her little purse thing and just...
たまにいるんだよ。魔法を信じない毒素の塊みたいな人間が。
They do exist here and there. Humans who are practically lumps of the toxin don't believe in magic.
私のクラスにもお前みたいな男子がいくらでもいるよ。
There were lots of boys like you in my class.
魔女も魔法も奇跡も幸せも何も信じない。
They don't believe in witches, or magic, or miracles, or happiness.
そんな程度の奴らの毒素に焼かれて灰になっちゃうようじゃ魔女になんかはなれないね。
You can't become a witch if you let the toxin of people like that burn you to ashes.
マリアはこう見えてもベアトリーチェの弟子。
I may not look it, but I'm Beatrice's disciple.
原初の魔女見習いなんだから。
I'm the apprentice witch of origins. Maria, who had been crying quietly a second ago, seemed to have been transformed into an entirely different person. She laughed, no, cackled eerily. Battler's group stiffened up at the sudden change, but Erica was watching calmly. Then she smiled and gave a small nod in response. Good.
相性は悪くないです。
You've got some guts.
おやすみなさい、ミス・マリア。
Good night, Miss Maria.
次はもっと手応えのあるゲームで戦いましょう。
Let's fight in a more challenging game next time.
そうだね。そうしようね。約束しよう。
Sure, let's. It's a promise.
マリアもよせって。
You stop that too, Maria.
行こう行こう。
Come on, let's go.
シャノンちゃんもどう？
What about you, Shen?
よかったら一緒にトランプ。
Come with us if you want to play cards.
ほんの一戦でもいいから付き合ってくれよ。
Come on, join us for at least one round.
厄払いになるぜ。
I'll cheer you up. It'll cheer you up.
じゃあちょっとだけ。
Then just for a bit. Shannon couldn't remain in the suffocating lounge any longer either. In part apologetic and in part trying to escape, she followed after Battler's group. After that, Erica was the only one left in the lounge. Still wearing a thin smile, she tapped a glass with her finger. There was a light chink. Surprisingly boring sound. Even so, Erica wore a thin smile as though pleased.
お待たせしました。
Oh, sorry to keep you waiting.
お風呂に入っておりまして。
I was just in the bath.
おや、皆様方は？
Oh, where is everyone?
入れ替わりですね。
You just missed them.
ついさっき2階へ上がりました。
They went up to the second floor.
あなたを呼んだのは私です。
I'm the one who called you here.
何でも悪事島の話や 森の魔女の話などにも詳しいとか。
Uh-oh. I've heard that you know a lot about the story of Akuji Kishima and the tale of the Witch of the Forest.
ええ、まあ
Yes, well...
たわいもない話ですが
It is a trivial story, but
たわいなくて大いに結構です。
I don't mind if it's I don't mind in the slightest if it's trivial.
湯上がりに一杯いかがで？
Would you like a drink to follow your bath?
私もたまにはサービスくらいしますので。
Even I like to be helpful every now and then. Erica stood up, opened the refrigerator behind the counter, and put ice into the ice pail. Tell me a story.
Erika ちゃんか。
Are they gonna propose her? Erica-chan, huh?
ずいぶん変わった子だね。
She's an odd kid.
最近の若い子とはどうも相性が良くないよ。
Somehow I just can't seem to get along well with the young kids these days.
ジョージさんだってお若いですよ。
You're still pretty young yourself, George-san.
いとこで最年長ということもあってついつい。
I guess it's because I've always been the oldest of the cousins.
いつも自分がもう若くないって気持ちになっちゃって。
It's always made me feel like I'm not one of the young ones anymore. George and Shannon could be seen standing in the rainy rose garden. Though the rain was still pouring down, there was hardly any wind at all. The scant protection provided by the arbor was more than enough to house the secret meeting between lovers. Following that fight with Erica, they had decided to play some cards for a change of pace. When that was over, Shannon returned to the servant room, and shortly after that, George had left his room to meet with Shannon at the time they had arranged. Sly.
エリカさんくらいのお年の方が一番自分自身との付き合い方が難しいと思います。
I think kids around Erica-san's age have a hard time getting along with themselves, more so than any other age.
そうだね。
Yeah, that's true.
子供という殻を打ち破りたくて、あたり構わずくちばしを打ちつけるお年頃だね。
Around that age, most kids are so determined to free themselves from the shell of childhood that they lash out in all directions with their beaks? Free themselves from the shell of childhood that they lash out in all directions with their beaks. Okay, I understand.
それを打ち破れて、ようやく大きく羽ばたくことができる。
When they do break out, they'll finally be free to stretch their wings and fly high. We're doing a whole bird escaping egg metaphor.
僕もそうだったよ。
I was like that too.
かつてまだ殻の中にいた時の自分は情けなくひ弱な、まるで尊敬できない男だった。
My old self, still trapped inside that shell, was a weak, deplorable person who I couldn't really respect.
そんなことはありません。
That's not true.
いや、いいんだ。
No, it's okay.
自分でも分かってる。
I realize it myself.
かつての僕はいとこの中で最年長ではあっても、いつもぼんやりしているうだつの上がらない男だったよ。
Back then, I might have been the oldest of the cousins, but I was still a lazy, hopeless person.
それは何もいとこの中だけの話じゃない。
And it wasn't just the cousins.
家でも学校でも全てでそうだったさ。
At home, at school, I was like that everywhere. I hated being like that. I wanted to break that shell and become a splendid adult like mother and father.
でもジョージ様はそれを打ち破られました。
But in the end, you did break out of that shell, George-sama.
この数年のジョージ様は毎年出会うたびに道があるようでした。
Every time I've met you these past few years, you've grown beyond recognition.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
何かきっかけがあったんですか？
Did something cause you to make up your mind?
殻を破る？
To break out of my shell?
はい。
Yes.
あれほどのまるでさなぎを経て蝶になるかのように目まぐるしく成長されたジョージ様が
Can't imagine that you grew so rapidly, like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon.
ただ漫然と日々を過ごしていてそれを迎えられたとは思いません。
But just wandering around aimlessly.
それだけの大きな決意をされる何かきっかけがあったに違いないと思いまして。
I thought there must have been some turning point that made you become so determined.
君に惚れて愛の力で成長したと僕は今まで言ってきたんだけど、
I fell in love with you. Grew thanks to the power of love. Is what I've told you so far.
本当はもっとネガティブな感情からだったんだ。
I said grew thanks. It's like grew thanks to the whatever. But the truth is the turning point was a much more negative emotion.
そんな
No way.
いつも明るく朗らかでおられるジョージさんにネガティブな感情なんてちょっと信じられないです。
It's hard to believe that someone who's always so bright, or as someone who's always as bright and cheerful as you, could have negative emotions. I'm talking about someone in the You Show Me a Family. Everyone has negative emotions. Well,
両親に女性は大切にしろと教えられてきたんだ。
my parents brought me up to treat women with care,
そしてそれを実践してきたつもりだったよ。
and I thought I'd manage to live my life that way.
はい、
Yes,
とても紳士的で素晴らしいと思います。
I think you're wonderful, a real gentleman,
本当は違う。
but I'm not, actually.
異性とどう接していけばいいかわからなくて、
I didn't know how to interact with the opposite sex.
過度に神格化して恐れて、紳士的なレディーファーストを装いながら、
I deified them excessively, and though I always behaved in a gentlemanly ladies first kind of way,
僕は女の子との交流に多分恐怖さえ覚えていた。
I was probably outright afraid of interacting with girls. Of course, Georgia wanted to be around girls as much as any healthy boy might. However, he didn't know how to interact with them. He wanted to act like a gentleman, to avoid being disliked by them treating them with care. Of those feelings, only the words treat women with care took precedence, blossoming into a subconscious fear of women.
そんな男を紳士的な奥手な男と呼ぶんだろうね。
You might call a man like that gentlemanly, or a late bloomer.
とんでもない。
Ridiculous.
ただの臆病者さ。
I was just a coward.
そのくせ、自分はこんなにも紳士的なのに、どうして彼女ができないのかと一方的に思い込み。
Because of that, I started to wonder why I couldn't get a girlfriend if I was so gentlemanly.
最後には、世間の女性はすべて男を見る
Oh
目がない
no,
ん
the
だと
origins of his incel arc.
勝手に蔑み始め、
And I eventually came to the conclusion that all the women in the world had no taste. Started to hate all of them, selfishly.
これが本当の情けない男ってもんさ。
That's what a truly pathetic man looks like. How many years ago was it when I noticed? Probably when I was in middle school. At the time, I assumed that I was obviously the most gentlemanly of the cousins, so it would obviously be popular with women. However, reality was very different. At school, I was pretty much completely hopeless. Far from being a leader, I was a typical bullied kid who got pushed around by everyone. At the time, I figured I was just a capable and adaptable man who could keep in perfect tune with his surroundings. How stupid. Sure, I might have gained some measure of trust from girls. However, not only was there no one who would become my girlfriend, there weren't even any girls I could call friends.
そりゃそうさ。
Of course.
レディーファーストと称していつも後ろへ下がる男だよ。
I was a man who always stepped back for the sake of ladies first.
そんな後ろ向きな牽引力のない男の背中についていこうなんて誰が思うものか。
Who would ever want to follow behind such a negative, unmotivated man?
滑稽だね。
It's funny.
それに気づかず自分はさぞや魅力的な男子に違いないなんて思ってる。
I didn't even realize this. I was convinced that I was an attractive guy.
その気持ちちょっぴりわかります。
I can sort of understand how you felt.
自分が 異性に魅力的に見てもらいたくて努力した振る舞いが
Just because someone puts in a lot of hard work to look attractive to the opposite sex?
必ず思った通りの結果を導くとは限りませんから。
It doesn't necessarily work out as they plan.
へえ
Oh?
シャノンにもそういう経験が
Has it happened to you too, Shannon?
もちろんです。
Of course.
私だって男の子の気を引きたくてできもしないお化粧をして恥をかいたり。
One time, I wanted to catch a boy's eye so much, I tried to put on makeup, even though I didn't know how, and embarrassed myself.
恥ずかしい失敗の思い出がたくさんあります。
I remember a lot of embarrassing failures.
そんなうぬぼれた僕の目を覚ましてくれたのがシャノン
The person that made me finally get over my conceit and open my eyes was you, Shannon.
いや君たちだった
No, it was both of you.
どんなきっかけがジョージさんに訪れたんですか？
What was the turning point for you, George-san?
嫉妬かな
Envy, probably.
意外です。
That's unexpected.
でも何に？
But envy over what?
君とバトラ君がとても楽しそうに話しているのを見て
I saw you and Ballerkin having a really good time talking.
僕は嫉妬した
That made me envious.
私が
No way can I lose to
バト
Battler.
ラ様と？
Me and Battler-sama? Shannon raced through her memories, trying to find a conversation that might have made George envious.
君たちにとっては他愛ない会話だったに違いないよ
Probably seemed trivial to you too.
でも僕はそれに嫉妬を感じてしまった
However, still made me envious.
ここからの話はバトラ君には絶対に内緒にしてほしい
I don't want Battler to hear what I say next, no matter what.
約束できる
Can you promise me?
もちろんです。
Of course.
みすぼらしい僕の懺悔さ
It's going to be a shameful confession.
でも聞いてほしい
Still, I want you to hear it.
今夜は僕の悪い部分も知ってくれた上で君に返事をもらいたいことがあるから
I want to hear your answer tonight, only after I've told you about my bad sides as well.
はい、
Okay?
聞かせてください。
Let me hear it. With a smile but a serious look in her eyes, Shannon nodded. Tonight, she knew what was going to be She knew what he was going to ask her tonight. George had the right to confess before asking that sacred question, and Shannon had the obligation to answer. To listen. To listen. Shannon understood this, so she listened quietly.
感激の魔女ってずいぶん趣味の悪い魔女なのね。
So this is what a witch of theater going peeps in on during her spare time?
恋を語る話は時を超えて尊い。
Stories of love are precious in any age.
いくら聞いても飽きぬでな。
I never tire of them.
もっとも私にはエンジェの乙女らしい嫌悪の表情の方が愉快であるが。
However, I do find that expression of virgin disgust on your face even more amusing. Feathering laughed quietly. Angie huffed and looked away. But she quickly realized that this would only entertain Feathering even more, so she tried to act unconcerned.
バトラ君もジェシカちゃんも昔から快活だね
Both Battler-kun and Jessica-chan have always been spirited.
いやそんな言い方は取り繕ってる
No, phrasing it that way is just dodging the issue.
だからこう言うよ
Let me be frank. George looked up at where the moon should be, high above the rain clouds, and spoke. They were honest words, spoken simply from George's heart.
僕は昔から
For a long time back then,
バトラ君もジェシカちゃんも
I thought of Battler-kun and Jessica-chan
礼儀に欠けた子だと思ってたよ
as bad-mannered
い
kids.
やもっとダイレクトに言おう
No, let me be even more blunt.
言葉遣いの下品な子たちだなとさえ思っていたよ
I thought that even the way they talked was vulgar.
本当さ。
It's true.
軽蔑してくれていい。
I don't mind if you hold me in contempt for that.
しません。
I don't.
人は何を胸中に思おうと許されます。
People are allowed to think anything they want inside their hearts.
むしろ態度に出さなかったジョージさんは立派です。
In fact, I think you are all the more commendable for not letting it show on the outside.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
僕はそんな彼らを内心見下していたよ。
I secretly looked down on those two.
それに比べて僕はなんと立派で紳士的魅力にあふれているかと本気でうぬぼれていたさ。
I was so conceited that I truly thought that I was just overflowing with gentlemanly charm compared to them. I was at that age where having a girlfriend felt like a necessary condition for becoming a real man. I truly believe that no girl could fail to admire a gentleman who treated girls as well as I did. So, I really did assume that the girls I knew were attracted to me.
それに比べたらいつまでもはしゃいだりふざけたり。
I thought that Badler-kun and Jessica-chan, who always joked around and spoke in a rude, vulgar fashion,
下品で低俗な言葉遣いばかりしているバトラ君やジェシカちゃんなんか絶対に彼女や彼氏ができたりするもんかと思っていたよ。
would never be able to get a boyfriend or girlfriend.
それがいつまで経っても彼女ができない自分への精神安定剤だったのかもしれない。
I might have used that argument to distract myself when I still couldn't get one myself.
とんでもない。
I was a fool.
彼らは僕に劣ってなんかいない。
They weren't inferior to me at all.
むしろ異性を勝手に神格化してレディーファーストと称して恐れて避ける僕の方がよっぽど劣っていた。
I was the inferior one, with my deification of the opposite sex and my fear, which I hid under the guise of ladies first.
バトラもジェシカも昔からああいう性分だった。
That's been Battler's and Jessica's personality from the beginning.
確かにそやで紳士的、淑女的とは到底言えなかっただろう。
True, they were rude, and one couldn't have called them gentlemanly or ladylike.
しかし男女を分け隔てなく交流できる力があった。
However, they did have the power to interact without worrying about gender.
いや、魅力と言っていいかもしれない。
In fact, you might even call that their charm.
ちょっとわかるわ。
I sort of understand.
お兄ちゃんやジェシカお姉ちゃんみたいなタイプの人って男女問わず誰とでも仲良くなれるタイプよね。
People like Oni-chan and Jessica Oni-chan can get along with anyone, whether that person's a boy or a girl.
ジョージお兄ちゃんには悪いけど、あまり紳士を振りかざしすぎる人ってちょっと気持ち悪いわ。
I hate to bring it up because of George Oni-chan, but I find people who act too overtly like a gentleman a bit creepy. True words.
女に幻想を持ちすぎっていうか、なんというか。
It's like they're virgins trying too hard, or whatever.
人は無縁であるなら、相手
Get
が
dunked
無
on,
縁で
gentlemen!
退屈な人間であることを尊ぶ。
When dealing with strangers, people prefer for them to be harmless and boring.
しかしそれは邪魔にならないという意味で好まれているだけだ。
However, they only appreciate those qualities because such a person doesn't get in the way.
退屈な人間を身近にしたいと願う人間などいるわけもない。
No human would want to hang around with a boring person all the time.
当然よ。
Of course.
動かず、物も言わぬ電信柱と友達になろうというバカはいないわ。
No idiot would want to be friends with an unmoving, unspeaking telephone pole.
でも、動かず物を言わないのは電信柱としては優秀だわ。
However, unmoving and unspeaking is exactly what you'd want from a telephone pole.
そういうことだ。
That's it.
ジョージはつまりいくら自分が優秀であっても魅力ある人間として認められていない。
It seems as though George finally discovered that he wouldn't be viewed as an attractive man no matter how superior he was.
ただの電信柱扱いであることにようやく気づいたというわけだ。
And that he had been treated like a telephone pole the whole time.
僕は当時うぬぼれの真っ盛りだった。
Back then, my conceit was at its peak.
だから親族会議でみんなで集まっている時、
So, when everyone gathered at the family conference.
一番魅力的なのは僕で、それに混じって遊んでくれた使用人の女の子はみんな僕に惚れていると信じていたよ。
I believe that I was the most attractive, and that all the servant girls who played with us loved having me there.
それがあの日、僕はそこでようやく自分がどれほどみすぼらしかったかを思い知ったのさ。
On that day, I finally realized how pathetic I was.
私が当時何か心ないことを言ってしまったのでしょうか。
Did I say something inconsiderate then?
いいや、逆さ。
No, it's the opposite.
君は何も言わなかった。
You didn't say anything at all.
君の瞳に映っているのは常に僕だといううぬぼれが打ち砕かれたのさ。
My conceited delusion was that I was the only one ever reflected in your eyes was crushed. Just when did it start? No, it must have started long before then. I only failed to notice because my eyes were clouded with conceit.
ある日、唐突に気づいたんだ。
One day, I suddenly realized it.
君たちがバトラ君やジェシカちゃんと僕なんかよりはるかによく馴染んで
All of you were getting along with Badler-kun and Jessica-chan far better than me.
楽しそうに遊んでいることに。
Far better than with me. Playing around and having a good time. Yes. Those two, whom I had looked down upon so much, were radiating far more charm than I was. You really looked like you were enjoying yourself that day. The look on your face was far brighter than any you ever showed me.
気色悪い話さ。
Sickening, isn't it?
僕は君を勝手に僕に好意を持ってると決めつけ、
I just assumed that you liked me.
ひょっとしたら異性の付き合いになってもいいかななんて青臭い白昼夢を許したことさえあるんだ。
And even had some childish fantasy that we might end up dating.
それを勝手に恋人を奪われた気持ちになって勝手に傷ついてる。
I one-sidedly felt as though my girlfriend had been stolen from me and let myself feel hurt.
どこまでも僕はダメな男だったんだ。
I was such a pathetic man.
その時ようやく僕は自分の愚かさに気づけたんだ。
That's when I finally realized how foolish I'd been.
ジョージ様。
George-sama.
その後バトラ君はいろいろあって親族会議に来なくなったけど、ルドルフおじさんから彼の近況は聞いていたよ。
After that, stuff happened and Badler-kun stopped coming to the family conferences. But I heard about him from time to time from Uncle Rudolph.
おじさんも可愛い人だね。
He's a pretty funny guy.
バトラ君とあんなにいつも喧嘩をしているのに、バトラ君の近況を常に気にかけていた。
Even though he got in fights with Badler-kun all the time, he always paid close attention to what his son was up to.
そうですね。
That's true.
私も聞かせてもらったことがあります。
He spoke to me about it as well.
アスム様も呆れておられましたっけ。
I think even Asumu-sama was exasperated by it.
学校では大層女性に人気でトラブルが絶えないのはきっとルドルフ様の血のせいに違いないと。
She thought all his popularity with the girls at school and the unceasing trouble this caused must have been because of Rudolph-sama's blood.
そしてジェシカちゃんも
Jessica-chan too.
男女の友達を大勢作っていつもその中心で活躍していると聞いていたし、
I hear she built up a huge number of friends, both boys and girls, and she was always right in the middle of things.
実際ジェシカちゃんと話してもそれは何の誇張でもないと理解できたよ。
When I talked with her myself, I could see that this was no exaggeration. This proved that the two I'd looked down upon were much more attractive human beings than I was.
最初はね、バトラ君たちを真似ようと思ったんだ。
I can't tell if I'm like of the mind where I'm like, well, good on George for recognizing that, recognizing a flaw in like his personality and like seemingly trying to correct it. On the other hand, I'm like, God, that's so embarrassing that this was your mindset in the first place. At first, I tried to imitate those two.
滑稽な話さ。
It was pretty ridiculous.
ふざけたりはしゃいだり下品な会話を好めば彼らのような魅力が得られると思い込んだ。
I thought that by joking around and speaking rudely, I could get that same charm they had.
ジョージ様がですか？
Giggle. You did that?
ちょっと想像できません。
It's a bit hard to picture.
痛々しかったよ。
It was miserable.
僕もあの頃のことは生涯を思い出したくない。
I wish I could forget that time for the rest of my life.
そしてそんなことを真似ても真の魅力は宿らないとすぐに気づいたよ。
In any event, I quickly realized I could never become truly attractive by imitating them like that.
僕に魅力がないのは人を大事にすると称したり。
Sorry about the words being cut off there. The reason I had no charm was because of my cowardice.
場の雰囲気に合わせて振る舞えると称したりして。
Under the pretense of respecting people and acting to fit in with the general atmosphere,
いつも一歩逃げている自分の臆病さにあったんだ。
I was always running away.
僕はそれを克服するために生まれ変わる決意をしたよ。
I resolved myself to overcome that flaw and be reborn.
初めて自分の殻というものを理解し、それを打ち破ろうと誓ったんだ。
I finally understood the shell I was in, and I swore to break out of it.
その意志がくじけそうになるたびに、あの日のことを思い出してバネにした。
Every time my determination began to waver, I'd remember that day.
君たちが僕を忘れて楽しそうに遊んでいたあの日。
That day I saw you two forget about me entirely and play around happily.
そして僕に好意があると決めつけている君の瞳に僕が映っていなかったことをね。
And the fact that those eyes of yours, which I always assumed were attracted to me, never noticed me at all.
誓ったんだよ。
I made an oath.
今度こそ本当に君を振り向かせてその瞳に僕を映してやりたいとね。
This time, I wanted to be the one who caught your attention for real, the one reflected in your eyes.
それが実は君に恋をした一番最初の感情。
That's actually the first thing I felt when I fell in love with you.
複雑だったんですね。
Sounds like it was pretty complicated for you.
あの日僕を無視して遊んでいた君たち、いや君への復讐が。
On that day, my desire for revenge against the two of you, who had ignored me and played together, no, against you alone,
いつの間にか本当の恋心に変わっていったんだ。
suddenly transformed into true love.
しかし神に誓うよ。
However, I swear this to God.
それが君のことを真剣に考え出したきっかけだとしても、
Even though that was the reason I first started to take you seriously,
僕が今君に持つ気持ちには何の偽りもない。
there are no lies in the way I feel about you now.
僕は君を生涯愛することを誓う。
I swear to love you for all of my life.
それは誰にも何にも偽らない。
I will not lie about that for anyone or anything.
そして君を妻として迎えるために、
And I am
僕には世界を敵に回すことだって厭わない覚悟がある。
prepared to take you as my wife, even if it means having the entire world as my enemy.
ジョージさん。
George, son.
以上が君に先にしておきたい懺悔さ。
That's a confession I wanted to make to you beforehand.
僕は今日まで君のことを初恋で一目惚れだったと言ってきた。
Before now, I've called you my first love, love at first sight.
それは嘘なんだ。
That was a lie.
うぬぼれた僕の歪んだ。
It was only my selfish, twisted.
関係ないです。
That
そんなの。
That doesn't matter. Shin smiled, but she spoke forcefully enough to cut through George's words.
初恋じゃなかったら結ばれちゃいけないんですか？
Is there some rule saying that people can't get together just because they weren't each other's first love?
初恋の人を忘れたらそれは裏切りなんですか？
Is it betrayal to forget the first person you fell in love with?
恋ってそんな単純じゃない。
Love isn't that simple.
いえ、単純かもしれない。
Well, it might be simple.
だって恋なんて簡単。
After all, love is easy.
常に今の
At all times, whatever you feel now.
今の自分の正直な気持ちだけが正解なのだから。
Only the honest feelings you feel now can tell you the right answer.
だから昔の話も馴れ初めも何も関係ないんです。
So, things of the past or how our relationship started aren't important at all.
懺悔沈んだったか
Then, confessing to all that was wrong of me?
いいね。
No.
何事も完璧なジョージさんにも人間臭い一面があることが分かってちょっと嬉しかったです。
I'm a bit glad to learn that even George-san, who's always perfect at everything, has a human side to him.
そしてそれを私だけに打ち明けてくれることに
And I'm kind of glad that
嬉
I'm
し
the
くなりました。
and I'm kind of glad that I'm the only person you told this to.
な。ありがとう。
Thank you.
僕は君がいたから僕になれた。
I was only able to become who I am because of you.
私も
Me too.
ジョージさんがいるから私でいるのです。
I am as I am because of you, George-san.
だから包み隠さず教えてください。
So please, tell me without holding back.
私たちはどんな夫婦になって
What kind of husband and wife will we be?
どんな未来を築くのですか？
And what kind of future will we build together?
僕は
How romantic.
君という妻を得て
When I have you as my wife,
父さんを超える実業家になる。
I'll become an even more accomplished businessman than my father.
そしてさまざまな挑戦や冒険を経て自分の可能性の限界を確かめたい。
And after several challenges and adventures, I hope to find the limits of my potential.
その到達点の頂に君と一緒に至りたいんだ。
I want to reach that peak together with you.
そこからの眺めは僕以外の誰にも見せられないものになる。
The view from there will be something no one can show you but me.
楽しそうです。
Sounds fun?
どこまでもお供します。
I'll be with you wherever you go.
もちろん実業家としての冒険だけじゃない。
Of course, it won't only be an adventure as a businessman.
夫婦でしか築けないものもたくさん積み上げていきたい。
I'd like to create many things that only a couple can make.
それはどんなものですか？
And what could that be?
子供を作ろう。
Let's have some kids. Kids.
はい、旦那様。
Yes, my husband.
最低3人は作りたい。
I'd like 3 of them at least.
男の子も女の子も両方欲しい。
At least one boy and one girl.
もし3人とも男の子だったら？
And what if all 3 are boys?
次こそ女の子かもね。
Then the next one might be a girl.
4人目を作ろう。
We can have a 4th one.
何人いてもいい。
It doesn't matter how many.
子育てという冒険も2人で楽しもう。
Let's enjoy the adventure of bringing them up together.
そしてやがては巣立った子供たちが孫を連れて帰ってくる。
I always say this as someone who is of a large family, someone who is one of 7 kids. I personally could not fathom raising more than like 2 kids. Like, I just envision, I'm just trying to like imagine like having so many kids, and just being like I said, even more than 2. And I'm just like, this is not good, not desirable. And when those children eventually leave their nest, they'll make us some grandchildren.
気づけば僕たちは大勢の子供と孫に囲まれた賑やかな老後を迎えてるだろうね。
Before we know it, we'll reach a boisterous old age, surrounded by a whole crowd of kids and grandchildren.
楽しそうです。
Sounds like fun.
ジョージさん、どんなおじいちゃんになってるんでしょうね。
I wonder what kind of a grandpa you'll be.
君こそどんなおばあちゃんになってるんだろうね。
And I wonder what kind of grandma you'll be.
でも僕は君を変わらず愛し続けるよ。
However, I will always keep loving you.
そして大勢の家族に見守られながら王女をできたら僕たちの人生は誰にも負けないものとして 描き切られる。
And when we eventually pass away, surrounded by our vast family, our lives will stretch behind us, unmatched by anyone else's. George didn't just talk about his love for the present. He swore to love her soul until the final moment, when the lid of their coffins would be shut. How romantic. Then, George took a small box out of his pocket. Even without opening, she knew what was inside. He took it out with emotion that was even more natural than the one he'd practiced in the airport bathroom. It was overflowing with masculine charm.
Sayo.
Sayo.
Hi.
Yes?
結婚しよ
Let's get married. George, I'm gonna need you to try that again.
Hi.
Yes.
う。この指輪をどうか
Please.
その指に通してほしい。
Please, take this ring and put it on your finger. You can't say no now.
Hi.
Yes.
ジョージさん。
Yes, George-san. George doesn't have time to ask her if she would like to be married. That ring, which glistened divinely, even in the dim light of the arbor, passed from George's hand to Shannon's finger. Of course, Shannon already decided which finger to put it on.
僕と君の未来を阻もうとする全ての運命に僕は毅然と立ち向かうことを誓う。
I swear to resolutely stand against any fate that may attempt to stand in the way of our future. Yeah, for real, he didn't even, like, do the romantic, like... the finger. George proclaimed that he would reveal their engagement to the entire family on the next day.
僕たちの結婚に両親はとやかく言うかもしれない。
My parents might criticize this marriage.
でも僕はそれを許さない。
However, I will not let them stop us.
僕が親にするのは婚約の報告であって認めてもらいたいわけじゃない。
I'm going to inform them of our engagement, not ask for their permission.
もし母さんが
Just like I didn't ask your permission to
君との結婚を許さ
marry
ない
you.
と言い出すなら
If mother says that she won't allow our marriage,
僕は自ら感動を申し出て君と家を出るつもりだよ。
I plan to have myself disinherited, and we'll leave this family together.
僕にはその覚悟がとっくにあるんだ。
I prepared for that since long ago.
僕たちの未来を阻む全ての運命に僕は毅然と立ち向かうことをもう一度誓うよ。
I swear once again to resolutely stand against all fates that get in the way of our future. George had said it out loud. So, Shannon said the same thing.
私も
Me too.
私とジョージさんの未来を阻もうとする運命に毅然と立ち向かうことを誓います。
I swear to stand against all fates that get in the way of our future, George-san. She's like, uh-huh, yeah, me too, uh-huh, yep, okay.
バトラさん、いつ事件が始まるんです？
Battler-san, when will the crime start?
もう恋愛ごっこお腹いっぱいなんですけど。
I've just about had it with this love show.
黙って見ていろ。
Look, it's me. It's me. I'm him. I'm really... Oh, I just tried to, like, adjust my glasses there, and I don't have them on. This is truly the most meta sense of it's Battler playing this game, you guys watching Battler on Battler. I can't get the pointing of the camera thing right. Be quiet and watch.
はいはい。
Sure, fine.
私があくびでもした隙に何かとんでもない伏線を通過されたらたまりませんから。
I'd hate to yawn and let some spectacle bit of foreshadowing slip by.
お前には愛はないのか？
Do you have no love?
愛が証拠として受理されるミステリーってあるんですか？
Are there any mystery novels that accept love as proof?
ありませんから。
No, there aren't. Erica laughed coldly and stared down at the two on the game board. Battler watched her quietly. Erica thought she felt a touch of pity in his gaze. She averted her eyes uncomfortably.
一応理解はしてますとも。
I do understand, more or less.
愛が殺人の動機程度にはなりうることくらい。
Love can at least become a motive for murder.
一応この東屋での出来事は 2人の婚約に障害が生じた場合、犯行の動機となりうる程度には解釈しとこうと思います。
I can interpret the scene beneath the arbor to represent a possible motive for the crime if their engagement is somehow impeded.
まあ、赤くない言葉でいくら愛をささやこうとも、全ては幻ですが。
Then again, no matter how much people talk of love with words that aren't read, it's all just an illusion.
かわいそうにな。
That's sad.
お前は魔女に証拠が与えられなかったら、人も愛せないんだな。
So, you can never love a human without proof given to you by a witch?
くだらない恋愛トークはやめてください。
Please put an end to this frivolous love talk.
私はあんたの敵であって、恋の話に付き合う酔狂な友人ではありませんから。
I'm your enemy, not a friend to whom you can talk about love just for the hell of it.
私には今のあんたがさっぱりわかりません。
I can't understand you at all right now.
一体あんたは何を悟ったってんです？
What on earth did you figure out?
あんたとベアとは罵り合い殺し合う関係だったはず。
Weren't you and Beato always insulting and trying to kill each other?
そのあんたが何の真相に至ってベアトに対する感情を変えたんですか？
What kind of truth could have been reached to make you change your emotions regarding her?
まさか殺し合うライバル関係から恋愛感情が芽生えたとかバカなこと言い出さないですよね。
Please don't tell me that feelings of true love have sprouted from your murderous rivalry or anything like that, okay?
エリカ卿、
Lady Erica,
ゲームの進行を続けさせましょう。
let us have him continue the game's progression.
退屈な恋愛シーンなどとっとと終わらせるに限ります。
Boring love scenes such as this are best finished quickly.
ほんとそうですね。
Ah, you've got a point there.
口を挟んで失礼。
Sorry for butting in.
ささ、どうぞ続きを。
Come on, let's move on. He's like, thank you. How dare you interrupt?
シャノンです。
It's Shannon.
戻りました。
I've come back.
うん、
Indeed.
今日の日誌はまだだな。
The log for today has not yet been filled out.
はい、
Yes,
すぐに提出します。
I'll do that right away.
カノン君、留守番をありがとう。
Cannon-kun, thanks for keeping an eye out while I was gone.
長い休み時間だったね。
That was a pretty long break. Cannon had already noticed. There was a silvery glint coming from the ring finger on Shannon's left hand.
では、私は先に休む。
Then I will retire.
何かあったら構わず起こすように。
Please do not hesitate to wake me if anything occurs.
おやすみなさいませ、源氏様。
Good night, Genji-sama. Genji disappeared off to the waiting room. After that, only Shannon and Cannon remained.
時間をくれてありがとう。
Thanks for giving me some time.
あとは私が控えてるから、カノン君ももう休んでもいいよ。
I'll stay here for the rest, so you can go to sleep now.
今度は僕の手番ってことだね。
So, it's my turn next. Yeah, Cannon, yeah, Cannon. Yeah,
悪いけど、私たちは負けないよ。
sorry, but we aren't going to lose.
僕だって負けるものか。
And I won't lose either.
今日まで臆病で、お嬢様にリードしてもらわなければ何もできなかった君が。
Even though you've always been a coward and let Milady take the lead until now,
姉さんが教えてくれたはずだよ。
wasn't it you who taught me, Nisan?
何を教えたかな。
What did I teach you?
恋に昔も過去も関係ない。
The past is immaterial when it comes to love.
今だけが重要なんだって。
The present is all that matters.
もしそれが本当なら、僕の今は姉さんの今に何も負けてるなんて思わない。
If that's true, then I think my present is in no way inferior to yours, Nisan. Shannon and Cannon glared at each other with serious eyes. A period of tension vanished when Shannon chuckled.
そ
それでいいよ。
Yeah, that's good.
君とお嬢様も頑張って。
You and Milady have to give it your all.
もしも結ばれるなら、
If you do end up together.
私たちが心の底から祝福できるくらいに素敵な関係になって。
Make sure you build up a relationship wonderful enough that the rest of us can cheer you on with all of our hearts.
姉さんにかなりのリードを許してるけどね。
Well, you do have a huge lead on me.
仕方ないよ。
There's no helping that.
それが君のこれまでの臆病の対価なんだから。
That's what you get for your cowardice before now.
わかってる。
I know.
それが僕の罪だから。
That is my sin. This is also, I mean, it was just mentioned and this has been talked about now for a while now. It's kind of charming because this is this is essentially Battler creating a fanfic. And in his story, Canon and Shannon get to be with the people they want to be with, in theory, right? He's like, I'm creating this game, and it's very important that Shannon gets with George, and Canon stops being a weenie and gets with Jessica. So say I. I know, that is my sin. Shannon and Canon fished around in their pockets and drew out 2 small things that glittered gold. They looked like the left and right wings of a gold butterfly.
私たちは家具。
We are furniture.
人間になって愛を育む奇跡を得るには、もう一度魔法の奇跡を頼らなくてはならない。
In order to become human and receive the miracle that allows us to love, we must rely on a miracle of magic once again.
あいつのブローチが役に立つなんて。
To think that a brooch would actually prove useful.
私たちの手元にある
It's the
唯
only...
一の魔法。
Keep doing that. It's the only magic within our reach. It was a golden butterfly brooch, which Beatrice had once given to Shannon in the hopes of creating love between her and George. Shannon then gave it to Canon, but he let his emotions get a hold of him and crushed it into pieces. So, when the 2 wings were brought together, it regained the form of a beautiful butterfly.
じゃあ行ってくる。
Then, I'll be back soon.
僕もトランプに一応呼ばれてたからね。
After all, they've asked me to play cards with them.
うん。
Yeah,
頑張ってね。
good luck.
お嬢様、きっと喜ぶと思う。
I'm sure Milady will be happy.
少し照れるな。
It's a bit embarrassing.
楽しんで。
Enjoy that feeling. Kenan left the servant room. He went to go see Jessica, tell her what he had determined to do. Shannon quietly watched him go. The fragment of the brooch and the engagement ring let off a gold and silver glint. That takes me back.
あれは確かにわらわがシャノンに与えたもの。
That's something I gave Shannon, if I recall.
カノンが踏みつぶして以来、どこへ紛失したかと思っていたら、まだ持っていたのか。
I always wondered if they lost after Canon stepped on it, but it seems they still had it the whole time.
黄金蝶のブローチですね。
That's the golden butterfly brooch, isn't it?
恋愛を助ける魔法のブローチとフェザリーヌさんの本で読みました。
I read about the magical brooch that can save a love relationship in Feathering Sun's book. That had been the first time that Beatrice, Witch of the Forest, had interacted with a human and given them her power. Bit by bit, she had transformed from a mere ghost to the ruler of the mansion at night, and by making the servants believe in her, she had wiped away the anti-magic power. And then, it eventually became possible for her to appear openly in front of Shannon, whose magic resistance had grown particularly low, and who had begun to believe in the existence of Beatrice. To Beato, who had been unable to interact with anyone for many years, this conversation with Shannon must have been especially fun.
だから気前よく黄金蝶のブローチを与えてやったのだ。
That's why I generously gave her the butterfly brooch.
わらわは相当上機嫌であったのだな。
Cackle. Cackle. I was in quite a good mood.
わらわのごとき冷酷な魔女がそこまでサービスをするとは。
It is no common thing for a heartless witch such as myself to be so gracious.
でも素敵です。
but it's wonderful.
あなたは未来の恋人たちの仲を取り持たれたのですから。
You brought a pair of future lovers together.
もちろん甘やかしたつもりはないぞ。
Of course. Did not do it to pamper them.
わらわの魔力を抑えつけてきたあの肉々しい霊境を割ることと引き換えだ。
It was in exchange for smashing that hateful spirit mirror that repressed my magical powers.
そのおかげでわらわは一気に力を取り戻すことができたのだから。
Thanks to that, I was able to regain much of my power all in one go.
しかしある夜、紫の雷が鎮守の社を打ち砕いたのです。
Okay, I'm just gonna do it now. I'm gonna throw up a BRB. I'm gonna go to the restroom and everything slowly, so as to not ruin my outfit here. So quick BRB. Give me about 5 minutes probably, and then I'll be back. So yeah, I'll be back shortly to read. I don't know, another hour and a half, 2 hours or so, something like that probably. So be right back. I'm back. Spooky indeed. Let's see here. Where's the game? It'll pop up here in a sec. Game? Ah, there she is. It's me, Battler, the best of Ishromiya. Okay. So, let's see. Yeah. So we scene transitioned here. And yeah. Read me those 3 wacky digits on the back of your credit card. It's me, Battler. I'm speaking to you. I'm in trouble. The only thing that'll help is your mother's maiden name and your social security number. I'm being attacked by Erica, and the only thing that can help. But then, one night, purple lightning smashed the shrine. I'm sitting probably on my cape again here. Uh-oh. Ah, well, I just gotta make sure it's not, like, rumpled under my ass, you know? Like, if I awkwardly went like this, tucked it in between my legs here, that just made it look like I was fixing my balls. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not fixing my balls, don't worry. Rumpled, yeah, like accordion style. Like the cheese was last time. I fixed the cape thing here. Like, if I'm sitting on my cape and it gets all rumpled, then it's gonna be all like Rumpelstiltskin. It's gonna be all like folded awkwardly, right? But if I lay it flat under my ass and it's like on the chair between my butt and the chair, then it's fine, I think. We'll see. But then one night, purple lightning smashed the shrine.
島々の者たちは協調だとささやき合いました。
Those surrounding islands called it an evil omen.
おお、今思えばあれこそがベアトリーチェ様復活の印だったに違いありません。
Oh, now that I think of it, that must have been a prelude to Beatrice Sama's resurrection. Kumasawa had the rest of the night off. So, she had let Erica talk her into drinking a bit, and was chatting about the legend of Akuji Kishima and Beatrice in a happy, tipsy mood. Erica would nod from time to time, but besides this, she listened in complete silence. She wasn't actually taking notes, but she was gathering information on the whiteboard inside her head. Then, she frowned as though noticing something out of place and held up her hand.
ちょっとストップを。
Wait a second.
はい?
Yes?
その鎮守の社は悪事島の悪霊を封じるために旅の修験者が建立した。
That shrine was built by a traveling Shugenja monk to seal up the evil spirits of Akuji Kishima?
そうでしたね。
Isn't that right?
ええ、そうでございます。
Yes, that is correct.
強い神通力をお持ちだったということで、その力を鏡に込め。
It was one who possessed a vast supernatural power, and who placed that power within the mirror.
霊境として社に奉納し、悪霊を封印した。
And placed it within the shrine as a sacred mirror to seal the evil spirits?
少し違和感を覚えます。
Something feels off about that.
悪事島の悪霊を封印する社がどうしてベアトリーチェも封印するんです？
Why would a shrine to seal the evil spirits of Akuji Kishima also seal Beatrice?
はは
Well...
それはその霊境の神通力が
That's, because of sacred mirror spiritual power.
なるほど。
I see.
東洋の悪霊も西洋の魔女も OK の便利な霊境だったからというわけですか。
So, it's this really convenient sacred mirror that works on both evil spirits from the east and witches from the west.
わかりました。
Got it.
すっきりはしませんが、 そこは折れることにしましょう。
I'm still not satisfied, but I'll back off there for now.
しかし、どうしてベアトリーチェが蜘蛛の巣も嫌うのかわかりません。
What I don't understand is why Beatrice can't stand spiderwebs. According to the legend, the evil spirits of Akujikishima despise spiderwebs, so they were apparently used as wards against evil in the surrounding islands. In fact, spiders are a useful bug. There's nothing strange about the fact that island farmers had treasured them. It's very possible that they were then tied to the story of evil spirits and became known as charms against evil, leading to a tradition of people treating this useful bug with care through the generations.
しかしそれ、悪事木島伝説の話です。
But that's just the legend of Aku. I always have to slow down to Akujikishima.
そもそもベアトリーチェの魔女伝説の発祥は、この島に引っ越してきた後宮金蔵が
The origins for this legend of the witch, Beatrice, came after Ishiromiya Kinzo moved to this island.
ミステリアスな黄金伝説とそれを授けた魔女という名の愛人を吹聴してから始まったものです。
When rumors sprouted about the mysterious legend of the gold, as well as the witch mistress who gave it to him.
つまり、悪事木島の悪霊と黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェは本来全く異なる存在のはずなんです。
In other words, the evil spirits of Akujikishima and the Golden Witch Beatrice were originally completely different things.
なのに、設定が同じになっています。
And yet, the stories treat them like they're the same.
さてはて。
Well, now, the evil spirits of Akujikishima couldn't stand spiderwebs, so neither could Beatrice. That sort of reasoning had been applied all over the place. When it was pointed out that this was strange, Kumasawa was lost for an answer.
金蔵さんの書斎のドアノブはサソリの魔法陣が描かれていて、それは西洋魔術では魔除けを意味する。
The doorknob to Kinzo-san's study has a scorpion magic circle drawn on it, which represents a charm against evil in Western sorcery.
だから西洋魔女のベアトリーチェはドアノブに触れられない。
That's why the Western witch Beatrice can't touch it.
これは理解できるんです。
I can understand that part.
でも、蜘蛛の巣に限ってはベアトリーチェが嫌う理由がありません。
But there's no reason for Beatrice to dislike spiderwebs.
私の知る限りでも西洋魔女の苦手なものに蜘蛛の巣があったという記憶はありません。
I don't remember spiderwebs ever being included among things witches can't stand.
むしろ蜘蛛は魔女の仲間や眷属では？
On the contrary, wouldn't spiders be the friends and minions of a witch? Well...
思うに
Erica's not thinking about the butterflies, man. It's the butterfly magic. Spiderwebs. Spiders. Sorry, I'm not home right now. Walking through these spiderwebs. In my opinion,
悪事木島伝説の悪霊と魔女伝説のベアトリーチェ。
those two legends about the evil spirits of Akujikishima and the witch Beatrice
この2つの異なる伝説が少し混交しているように思います。
have been mixed together a little.
いいえ、混交どころか融合かもしれません。
In fact, maybe they've been fully fused together as one.
悪事木島伝説は六軒島周辺の暗礁を恐れた漁民たちが生み出したおとぎ話。
The legend of Akujikishima is a fairy tale created by fishermen fearful of reefs in the Rokujima area.
しかし、悪事木島に住まう悪霊なる者には具体的なビジュアルイメージが伴っていませんでした。
However, there was no visual image to go along with those evil spirits.
人なのか、怪物なのか、はたまた足のない幽霊なのか。
Were they people, or monsters, or ghosts without legs?
さっぱりイメージがありません。
There's no mental picture of them.
人はビジュアルを伴わない空想を苦手とします。
People are bad at imagining things without visuals.
そこにベアトリーチェという魔女の伝説が登場した。
That's when the legend of the witch called Beatrice came in.
悪霊よりは魔女の方が想像しやすい存在です。
A witch is a lot easier to picture than evil spirits.
しかもその上、金蔵さんはベアトリーチェの肖像画を描かせ掲示しました。
And on top of that, Kinzo-san had a portrait of Beatrice drawn and displayed.
つまり、悪事木島伝説の一番の弱点、たたる悪霊のビジュアルイメージが初めて保管されたわけです。
In other words, the lack of a visual image which was the one weak point in the legend of Akujikishima. Yeah. Was finally completed.
そこからいつの間にか2つの伝説が混じり合っていってしまったのではないでしょうか。
Since then, perhaps the two legends have been mixed together.
どうでございましょうね。
Well, I wonder.
この老いぼれには少し難しい話にございます。
It is a bit confusing for an old lady such as myself. Kumasala laughed to smooth it over, wiping away a cold sweat. She might have seemed confused, but she actually did understand what Erika was saying. In truth, she had been vaguely aware of how the legends of Akujikishima, which had been around before Ishinomiya Kinzo had come to Rokenjima, and the legend of the Golden Witch, the story of the woman who had given Kinzo a vast quantity of gold, had both transformed. She didn't want to acknowledge it, but she knew. The setting, where Beatrice hated the spirit whip mirror and spiderwebs, this had been based on the ancient legend of Akujikishima. The evil spirits part of that legend had just been replaced by the witch of the portrait.
もし
So,
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェを自称する人物がいたとして
if there really was someone claiming to be the Golden Witch Beatrice,
彼女が本当に蜘蛛の巣を嫌うのかどうか
I'd really like to ask her
ぜひ聞いてみたいものです。
whether she actually does hate spiderwebs or not.
触れるとどうなるんでしたっけ？
What happens when she touches them? Probably the same thing I do when I touch a spiderweb. I go, ew, 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 ew. I go, ew, ew, ew. I take my hand and I take the nearest thing and if it's like, oh, if there's a wall next to me or something, I smack my hand against the wall. I've long talked about on this channel how I was traumatized as a kid by bugs from my older sisters and stuff. Spiderwebs all fall in the same thing. All the same category. What happens when she touches them?
魔女の眷属は雲の巣に触れると
It is said that witches and their minions
やけどを負うそうですから
receive burns when they touch spiderwebs.
多分そうなるんじゃないかと
So that is probably what would happen, I suppose.
いいじゃないですか、それ。
That's not bad.
見事な魔女裁判です。
A splendid witch trial.
蜘蛛の巣に触れてやけどするならば、
If the spiderweb touches her and she gets burned,
それは悪霊の方であって魔女ではない。
then she's an evil spirit, not a witch.
そして触れても何も起こらないのであれば、ただの人間であることの証。
If nothing happens, then it proves she's just a human.
つまり、やけどしようがしなかろうが、
In other words, whether she's burned or not,
黄金の魔女など存在しないという証になります。
it'll prove that the Golden Witch doesn't exist.
魔女伝説なんて所詮、悪食島伝説が装いを変えただけの焼き直しに過ぎないのです。
The legend of the witch is nothing more than the legend of Akujikishima, reboiled with a new face on it.
はあ
Well,
ただ伝説がそこにあるだけで、フルドエリカはこの程度の推理が可能です。
simply by the existence of the legend itself, this level of reasoning is possible for Furuto Erika.
いかがです？皆様方。
What do you think, everyone? I hate it. I hate it, Erika. I hate you. I hate it. If you have to ask, I hate you. If only the two of them were in the lounge, Erika faced in the direction an invisible audience would have been. Faced in the direction an invisible audience would have been. I love that move. She's playing up to like a fake audience. And shrugged. And, just as Erika imagined, the targets of her comments actually were there, listening in.
雲の巣ですか？
Spiderwebs?
触れるとやけど？
They burn if you touch them? When Biyotsu the Elder snapped her fingers, a graceful silver spider slipped down from the ceiling, hanging by a transparent thread. Afterwards, only a single silver strand remained. Timidly, Beato stretched her finger out towards the spider's string. Then, she touched it.
平気です。
I'm fine.
平気なのか。
You are.
え?
Huh? Beato the Elder lifted up a white, pale finger. After showing it to her little sister, she traced the silver string with it. Ah! There was a stench like a single hair being burnt. Once again, she held her finger up in front of Beato, who was stunned. There was a thin burn line, as though someone had traced across it with a razor.
これは
What's
どういうことですか?
What's going on?
わらわが聞きたい。
That's what I would like to know.
どうしてそなたは平気なのか。
Why are you unharmed?
わかりません。
I don't know.
むしろ逆にどうしてお姉様が蜘蛛の巣に触れるとやけどをするのかわかりません。
What I don't understand is why you do get burned by touching a spider web.
わからぬ。
I do not know.
わらわが自らの存在を意識した時からそういうことになっていた。
It has always been like that since I first gained consciousness.
ではお姉様は
Then, are you? Beato hesitated. However, her question was clear.
違う。
No.
わらわは悪食島の悪霊などではない。
I'm not one of the evil spirits of Akuji Kishima.
わらわは六軒島の夜を支配する魔女ベアトリーチェである。
I am Beatrice, ruler of Rokenjima's Knights.
どうしてこの島の太古の悪霊と同じ弱点を持つのかはわらわにもわからぬ。
Even I do not know why I have the same weakness as this island's evil spirits of old.
苦手なのは蜘蛛の巣だけですか?
Are spiderwebs the only things you can't handle?
エリカとやらが言うように金蔵の書斎のドアノブもダメだ。
As this Erica person said, I cannot touch the doorknob to Kinzo's study.
あのサソリの魔法陣はわらわを焼く。
That scorpion magic circle burns me.
わらわにとって金蔵の書斎の扉を開けようとするのは真っ赤に焼けた蹄鉄を家中に拾うも同じこと。
For me, trying to open the door of that study is like trying to pick a red-hot horseshoe out of a fire.
そなたはどうか。
What about you?
え?
Huh?
サソリの魔法陣ですか?
Scorpion magic circles, you mean? The older sister snapped her fingers again. When she did, the surrounding scene bent and twisted, and they had suddenly moved to the place in front of Kinzo's study. And there was a doorknob engraved with a scorpion magic circle.
魔術を研究するものならば、人的にも霊的にも隔絶された隠れ家が必須となる。
Those who research magic must have a refuge sealed off from both human and spiritual disturbances.
金蔵が自らの書斎を閉ざし、このような魔除けを施したとしても不思議はない。
It's no surprise that Kinzo chose to seal off his study and place a charm such as this here.
そしてそれは困ったことに、わらわにもこうして効果がある。
And unfortunately, that affects me as well. She gently grasped the doorknob. As she did, a violent burning sound, unbelievably stronger than the one caused by the spiderweb, rang out.
お姉様、大丈夫ですか?
Oni-sama, are you okay?
手は
Your hand! Her hand had been horribly burnt, and Beato couldn't help but avert her eyes.
安心せよ。
Fear not.
これしき、すぐ治る。
The scratch will heal quickly. Apparently it would heal by itself if left alone. The older sister seemed to heal at an inhuman rate.
だがそなたは
However,
どうやら平気らしいな。
it seems that you can handle it just fine. She timidly poked the doorknob. Nothing happened. Slowly, she touched it with her entire palm, but she felt nothing but a pleasant, cool sensation.
不思議だ。
Strange.
そなたはわらわの分身であるにもかかわらず、わらわとは様々なものが異なっている。
Though you are my double, you are different from me in several ways.
逆にドアノブに触れても平気ですが。
Well, I might be able to touch the doorknob.
お姉様のような火傷を負ったら私は簡単には治らないと思います。
If I ever get burnt like you did, I don't think I'd heal that easily.
まるで普通の人間のようであるな。
It's as though you're a normal human.
はい。
Yes.
私自身自分が魔女だとはちょっと信じきれていません。
Even I find it a little hard to believe that I'm a witch.
私にはお姉様のように魔法を使うこともできないし、不思議な火傷も、そしてすぐに傷を治すこともできません。
Can't use magic like you. I can't get strange burns or heal from them later.
お父様は私を
Father believed
偉大なる魔女の生まれ変わりだと信じてくださいましたが、
that I was a great witch reborn. Does Battler know about Beato 2? Like this one? Seemingly I didn't think so. I mean, he might, but like, at least when she appeared here, in this whole moments with her, it wasn't like... It wasn't like she showed herself to then Battler. But the thing is, this goes back to the whole thing of like, at what like meta level is someone aware of someone underneath themselves, and also like what layer or what plane of existence are they occupying? Are they occupying on the same like plane as meta battler, or the battler who's setting up the game, or are they somewhere in between, or are they above him? Does he know that they're here now? Are they a part? So it's kind of like, I don't know. Where are they? Are they just off in their own little existence? Are they just chilling? Father believed that I was a great witch reborn.
私には
But
それが信じられなくて。
I cannot believe that.
そなたは何者なのか。
Who are you?
私はベアトリーチェ。
I am Beatrice.
お父様のために生まれてきました。
I was born for father's sake.
お姉様は
And you, Oni-sama?
わらわもまたベアトリーチェ。
I am also Beatrice.
金蔵に魔法にて黄金を授け、その後も魂となって島に縛り付けられている体を失った魔女である。
I used magic to give Kinzo gold and later became a soul in the formless witch that haunts this island.
私たちは
Just who on earth
一体何者なんでしょう。
are we?
わらわと違い、そなたは体を持つ存在のように見える。
Unlike me, you seem to be a being in possession of a body.
え？
Huh?
そうなんですか？
Really?
うん。
Yes.
あのエリカとやらの話を聞いて、わらわはふと思った。
I thought of it while listening to that Erica person.
魔女であり、魔法が使えるが、体を持たぬわらわと。
I'm a witch who can use magic but has no body.
そして魔女であるが、魔法は使えず、肉の体を持つそなた。
And you are a witch who has a body but can use no magic.
わらわたちはやがて一つになり、掛け合った部分を埋め合って、本当のベアトリーチェとして完成されるのではないだろうか。
Eventually, perhaps we will become one, each filling in what the other lacks to form the true, complete Beatrice. It seemed to make sense. Both of the Beatrices were missing something. If they became one, then they would surely be very close to the Beatrice that Battler desired.
試してみるか。
Do you want to try? I gotta do like a fusion dance. Come on. Huh?
手を出せ。
Hold out your hand. Touch fingertips. Fusion ha! The older sister slowly raised her palm and held it out before Beato. Large burn from a second ago really had started to heal already.
わらわたちは一つになれるかもしれぬ。
It may be possible for us to become one.
わらわも知りたい。
I want to know as well.
そなたと一つになることで未来のわらわを知りたい。
By becoming one with you, I want to learn about my future self. Just literally take every little aspect and just meld them. Average the aspects. Medium length hair. A decent kind of ability to repair burns. Damages to oneself. Half witch, half human. Beato also raised her hand slowly, and the two hands touched. Cause every time I touch, I get but nothing happened. Perhaps this meant that while they were fated to become one eventually, the time had not yet come.
わらわにとって雲の巣が苦手なのは当たり前のこと。
For me, being burned by spiderwebs is perfectly normal.
しかしそなたはそれを知りもしなかった。
However, you didn't even know about it.
同様にそなたは自分が生まれてきた理由をお父様のためだという。
In the same way, you say that the reason you were born was for your father's sake.
そのお父様というのはどうやら後ろ宮バトラのことらしい。
Apparently, that father is Ishimiya Battler.
わらわも年に数度しか訪れぬ稀な客人である彼のことは知っているが、
I know him as a rare guest only who comes a few times a year.
その稀な客人の彼とそなたというわらわにどのような接点があるのか理解できぬ。
But I cannot understand what connection you and I have with such an infrequent visitor.
わらわたちは互いをもっと知るべきに違いない。
Surely, we must learn more about each other.
そうですね。
Yeah, you're right.
私たちは互いを知り合うことで本当に大切なことに至れる気がします。
I get the feeling that learning about each other will lead us to something very important.
その向こうにいるのが一なる未来のベアトリーチェ。
On the other side lies the single future,
い
Beatrice.
や、それこそがわらわたちのあるべき正しい姿に違いない。
No. Maybe more correct to call her the true form we are meant to possess. With their hands still joined, the two Beatrices swore to fill in the parts the others lacked and regain their single form. Bit by bit, Beato was walking down the path that led to the former Beatrice. Yeah. Alright, let's see if we can squeeze in like one more hour here of Umineko. Then I can at least say I did 4 hours in this costume. Oh no, is this the mystery person? God, this is the biggest mystery. Who or what is this whole situation with the random ass person hiding, doing the thing? Just one moment when I think I could guess who it possibly is, then I'm like, no, that doesn't make any sense. I could hear the eerie sound of wind and rain. Once again, I hazily regained consciousness on top of the bed. The finger that the witch had bitten off was attached to my hand. That's not to say that it was an illusion, but my finger was now attached. Also, definitely one of those moments where, like, I fear that I'm supposed to know who it is, and then, like there's, like, either it's been said pretty explicitly, or, like, there's been enough hints for me to know, and yet I don't know. And then I'm like, oh god, should I know? That fear creeps in. After all the pain and the teeth marks as though a witch had bitten it, we're still there. Does he know? And yet the window, which I had supposedly smashed, had been fixed as though it had never been broken in the first place. How can I escape from this creepy room? Why am I locked up in this eerie room, all alone? I want to get out. I have to get out. Please, let me out. The door was sealed with a firm chain. I could open a crack, but only enough to peek out into the corridor at best. Even getting just a fist through it would probably be hard. The window wouldn't budge either. It was no better than a barred prison window. The bathroom didn't even have a window. The only thing that could get out of there was the water that flowed out if you turned into the tap. Oh yeah, wasn't it said like some weird body horror thing like, I gotta like push my body through the drain or something? Oh, it was weird. Some weird shit's happening. Who is this person? No matter what I do, can't think of a way out of here. I'll shut up in a place like this. I truly am a prisoner. Unless someone comes from outside to save me, I won't be able to get out for all eternity. In that case, can I just call for help? Yes, the tiny gap I can make in the door must exist so that I can call for help. But, can I make the words come out? Earlier I tried to call out for help, but for some reason the words couldn't escape my mouth. I have no mouth, but I must scream. Maybe. I was just confused. I might have lost my voice in my haste and confusion. I'll open the door and make that crack appear one more time. The warm light of the hallway flowed in, making the darkness of the room stand out all the more. Though I couldn't hear any voices, I did feel something peaceful. I'm sure everyone's in the room at the other side end of the I'm sure everyone's in the room at the other end of the hallway, chatting happily about something. If I could just call out, surely someone will come to save me. Holding back some indescribable fear, I tried yelling once more. Forgot this music. But the result was the same. It was like trying to yell underwater. All I did was get out of breath, unable to call out in the slightest. Even though I could say as much as I wanted, if I just grumbled to myself inside the room, whenever I tried to make my voice reach outside, I choked and was unable to say anything. I understand. My body isn't the only thing locked up in this eerie closed room. My voice is too. Thinking that I could use some other kind of sound to call for help, I tried opening and closing the door violently, making the chain rattle. It does sound as though it's clanking noisily, but it's surely no good. Even this sound is being locked inside this closed room. No matter how harsh a sound I make, I'm sure it'll be quieter than a leaf falling by the time it reaches the other end of the corridor. I tried using the hateful chain that sealed the door to make a sound to call for someone, but that only deepened my despair. Who is this? This chain? That's insane. Just a second ago, it was a stiff chain that looked like it might be used to seal a monster away. But at some point, it transformed into a normal chain lock. Oh, this changes everything. Now I can just undo it from the inside. I tried to undo it, but the chain wasn't long enough for that while the door was still open a crack. I couldn't get it off. Obviously. Calm down. Gulp. I gulped and calmly closed the door. Then, when I saw the chain had slackened enough, I touched it with my finger to make sure. When I was little, I hated chains because I could never get them undone right. However, that was a long time ago. Now, I can undo something like this. Anyone could. It's easy. Clank. Imagine the demon who locked me in this room using this as a trap to give me hope, just to make me despair even more. But I pushed those thoughts aside for the time being. I undid the chain lock, and the chain dangled there right before my eyes. Now, there's no lock sealing this door. Please, don't torment me anymore. And just open normally. Slowly, the door opened. When I closed the door to undo the chain, the warm light from the hallway got cut off. If I open it again, what if that warm light is gone this time? I was even afraid of stuff like that. However, that was just me over-imagining things. Slowly. Quickly. No, I guess this is normal for a door. As the door let out an annoying creak, the exit from this cursed closed room finally opened. Who? Who or what? Ha! Ha ha! I did it! I did it! Even my cry of joy was strangled. But that doesn't matter anymore. All that matters is that I can get out. I poked my head out and looked left and right down the corridor. The warm corridor. I could sense people having fun at the other end. Everyone's right there. Let's go right now. Yeah. At that moment, something cold and heartless crushed my throat. It was as though an iron loop had been fastened around my neck and pulled on hard from behind. No, not as though. Without my knowing, at some point, a thick metal collar had been fastened around my neck. When did this happen? When I turned around, I despaired even more. Out from the inner side of the door I just opened, a thick chain had extended and attached itself to this collar I was wearing. I pulled on it, but it didn't even budge. When I shook it, the whole door creaked. What? The hell? The chain that connected to my collar was attached to the inner side of the door. Yes, the same vanishing chain that had secured the door a short while back had suddenly become a chain holding me in place. That's insane. That's insane! Damn it, what's going on here? What is this horror thing? I pulled with all my strength trying to tear the whole door down, but I already knew from repeated experiments that it wouldn't even budge. I'm sure this chain will disappear once I go back inside the room. They'll never let me leave the room. Though it had apparently turned back into a normal chain lock, nothing had actually changed. The chain lock still bound me to that room. Tears flowing down my face. I pulled with all I had. It was completely useless. No matter what I did, I'd never tear it loose. And I wasn't even permitted to call out for help. So many chain renders. I felt a confused anger at how the demon had mercilessly made me think I'd escape for just an instant. But no matter how much I yelled, no voice came out, and no one on the other end of the corridor could hear me. Then, I noticed an odd stain on the wall of the corridor. It wasn't a stain. They were letters traced out by a finger that had been covered in red paint. Those letters, which looked like they'd been drawn in blood, answer my biggest question. The chain lock must be set. You're allowed to unset it, but it must then be reset. Unless it is set, this exit of yours will be unusable. I instantly understood the meaning of that ominous message. Then I tried it out and understood completely. When I returned to the room and reset the chain lock, the collar around my neck disappeared. When I undid the chain lock again, that heavy feeling around my neck returned. In other words, I cannot leave this room while the chain lock is still unset. In that case, why don't I just set the chain while outside the room? I undid the chain one more time. Collar and chain appeared around my neck again. I stepped out into the corridor and closed the door behind me, leaving only the slightest of cracks. I stuck my hand through that crack, grabbing the dangling chain, and tried to reset it somehow. Damn it! Even though it was so easy to do from inside, from the inside, why is it hard to do from the outside? The gap needed to be wide if I wanted to manipulate the chain well. However, that made the chain too short to reach. To make the chain reach a bit further, I'd have to close the door a little bit more. But if I do that, there won't even be enough of a gap to fit my hand in. Of course, I was perfectly natural. Chain locks are made to be used from the inside. It'd be completely pointless if you could set and unset them from the outside. That's why the length of the chain is specially chosen to prevent anyone from setting or unsetting it from the outside. Then, can I use some kind of hard, thin tool? If the gap of the door is just a finger's width across, that's more than enough for the chain to reach. If I could just bend a wire hanger so that it fits through the crack, and work the chain with that. That's right, there's a closet just to the side of the door. Could there be some hangers in there? Found one. Oh, thank God. A single cheap-looking hanger, like one you might find in a laundry room, was hanging there. Really? I'm pretty sure that's when I last looked a short while ago. Nothing like this was in the closet. Ah, who cares? Quickly, quickly. I twisted the wire hanger, bending the end with the tip around. I formed a loop at the end to grab at things with, making for a sort of burglar's tool. I then dashed out into the corridor again, and closed the door almost as far as it would go. My wrist could never pass through this. However, if I close it this much, chain should have extra length to spare. And this crack is large enough for me to stick the hanger through. Now it's just a matter of technique. If I keep trying, I'll definitely be able to do it eventually. I'm certain of it. Ha! 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 It's harder than it looks, but the chain is long enough. It isn't impossible. I had finally gotten my hands on the one way to escape. It was hard, yes, but it was theoretically possible. If it's possible, I'll be able to get out. I'll be able to escape from here. There was like an extra squeakiness to that laugh. At that moment, I felt a heavy weight on the far side of the door. It felt as though someone inside the room had pressed their forehead against the door and was drawn closer. And she, the witch, had laughed. Then, I felt a powerful and strange force on the wire hanger. Is she trying to grab it away from me? Yeah, right, like hell I'll let it go. Like hell I'll let the one key out of here get stolen while my guard's down. Fortunately, I'd stuck my wrist through it so that I wouldn't drop it if my hand got tired. You won't be able to snatch this out of my hands. It was like a weird laugh to that. The witch on the other side of the door laughed at me. Then, I noticed something weird. I looked at my left hand, which I had pressed against the door to hold it in place. And between the fingers of that hand, I could see something red. They were red letters. I realized immediately. At some point in time, even more bloody letters had been drawn on the door, and my left hand had been covering them up. Still fighting against the vice-like strength of the witch beyond the door, I moved my left hand to the side. Where that hand had been, bloody letters had indeed been drawn. And there, as though someone had predicted that I'd struggle this way from the very beginning, was a message from the witch to me. It is impossible to set or unset the chain lock from the outside by any means. All tricks done from the corridor have been sealed by the red letters. No way. Oh. There was suddenly a terrible sound, and the force pulling on the hanger was suddenly released. Then, when I pulled it out and looked, I lost all hope. As though it had been hit by the acid of the room's darkness, the tip of the hanger had burnt and bubbled and melted off. Now, it's pitifully short. This can't be used for anything. It'd be useless to search for a substitute. All schemes to set the chain from the outside have been prevented. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I threw the remnants of the wire hanger against the door, or floor, faced the hallway filled with a warm light, and called for help. However, I just choked, unable to speak at all. Everyone just down the corridor, and everything's peaceful there. I can't hear their voices, but I know. I'm sure they're all having a good time playing cards. Please, someone notice. Someone save me! The only thing I can think of that whoever this being is that's being trapped here, what if it's just like a physical or a lack thereof physical like representation of like a character of Battler himself attempting to solve a closed room mystery. That's a bad way of explaining what I mean to say. But I mean, like, what if it's just... It's like... It's like it's a visual representation, maybe. It's a visual representation of of a stand-in for battler trying to just solve a closed room door, a closed room murder thing, some closed room any mystery. That's the only thing I can think of, and it seems so nightmarish because it's like supposed to be a representation of like a little part of his brain actually trying to solve a thing, but it's just like, I'm not explaining well, but it makes sense in my brain. Who is laughing? This time, it wasn't the witch's voice. It was the happy voices of everyone else, which I could hear coming from the other end of the hallway. Someone, come over here. And save me! I want off this closed room ride. Get me out of here. Sorry, but I'm out. George slammed his last card down, ended the game with his victory once again. Oh, they're playing Uno. Everyone gasped in unison. The cousin room was filled with laughter as they enjoyed their card game. Wah! So you really did have it, George Aniki. Damn you. Damn you, 6 of spades. Your 8 of diamonds was pretty nasty too, battler. It was so close. You're incredible, George Oni-chan. You won again. Yep, looks like we've won again. Maria couldn't really hold her own in an all-out battle, so she had teamed up with George, which was why she was celebrating his victory. Utter defeat. Cannon winced and let his cards drop to the table. He's doing like a true like Yu-Gi-Oh move. He's like, the last of my life points, and drops his cards. The game of sevens between Cannon and the cousins had been a fierce battle. Normally, they would take things easy since Maria was there, so this sort of game was rare. Cannon had started taking the game seriously, unwilling to lose, so George and Battler had responded and the battle had grown fierce. Unlike Battler, who was carefree enough to enjoy it whether he won or lost, Cannon's mood changed drastically with every victory and defeat. It was less of a dislike for losing, and more that he just wasn't used to playing. He wasn't used to trading a few wins and losses with his opponents, so he took even losses within a game seriously. Since he had resolved to win and had unfortunately challenged the veteran players George and Battler, the result was plain to see. As Cannon slumped his shoulders, Jessica slapped him on the back. Hey, you almost had it. Haha, I love fighting all out like this. Whether you go all out or not, if you just lose in the end, it's all pointless. That's not true. If you really gave it your all, there's no reason to get all depressed when you lose. If you lost after hardly trying, then you'd be grumbling and complaining about how you would have won if you'd taken it seriously, right? That's right. People who really give it their all never complain. They're always cheery no matter what the result is.
そうだね。
You're right.
そしてそういう人間が一番怖いのさ。
And they can be scarier than anyone else.
そこから必ず何かを学び、成長するからね。
I always learn something from their experience and grow.
確かに
Very true.
僕は臆病だから何も学ばなかった。
I was a coward, so I could never learn anything.
だから未だに未熟なんだ。
I see that I am still immature. I am furniture, so any dreams I might have are pointless. Because he'd rigidly believe that, he distanced himself from everything, shutting himself away. However, during that same time, Shannon had undergone many life adventures. And now, her hand was resting on the door separating furniture and humans. The old canon would have only seen this card game as a way to pass the time. However, the new canon was now capable of gaining something now from this experience. That's probably what it means to grow. Furniture does nothing but rot with the passage of time. The ability to grow is a privilege given only to humans.
一緒に遊んでくれてありがとう。
Thanks for playing with us.
日誌とか書いたり忙しかったんだろ？
You probably had work to do, like filling in the log, right?
付き合ってくれて本当にサンキューだぜ。
I'm really glad you decided to hang out with us.
いいえ、
Don't worry about it.
僕も楽しかったです。
I had a lot of fun too.
いえ、これが楽しいことなんだって理解できました。
Or should I say that I've realized that this sort of thing is fun.
僕を無理に誘ってくれてあ
Thanks
り
for
がとうございます。
thanks for pushing so hard for me to come.
私たちはさ、もっともっといろいろなことに挑戦していこう。
Let's challenge ourselves more and more.
そして君が知らなかったものを探しに行こう。
And let's go and find more and more things you didn't know about. Oh.
それで
By the way,
さっきの話だけどさ、
about what we were talking about earlier?
ギターとか興味ない？
Ever wanted to try playing guitar?
いや、別に無理にとは言わないけど、その
Well, I don't want to force you to or anything, but
きっと難しいでしょうね。
it must be very difficult.
まあね。
Yeah, I guess.
でもさ、そこは丁寧に教えるし、練習は私も付き合うから。
But I'll do a good job teaching you, and I'll even practice with you.
まあ、言うほど私もうまくないんだけどね。
Well, I guess I'm not that much of an expert myself. At first, Cannon was scared that he might make a complete fool of himself if he touched a musical instrument for the first time in his life. Oh, that's not what I meant to hit. After all, he knew that screwing up like that would make him feel bad. However, Cannon was starting to learn.
初めてで下手なのは当たり前です。
It's only natural that I'll be bad when I first start.
それから逃げてたら永遠に何も学べない。
If I try to run away from it, I'll never learn a thing for all eternity.
何にも至れない。
I'll never achieve anything.
そうさ。
That's right.
だからこそ人は上達を実感して面白くなるんじゃねえかよ。
Isn't that why people love it when they feel themselves improving?
私だって最初はさ、右手と左手が別々に動くってだけでもう全然ダメだったぜ。
Even I sucked at making my left and right hands move at the same time when I first started.
でも少しずつコツが分かってくるとさ、だんだん当たり前になってきて。
But I slowly got the knack of it, and it started to feel more and more natural.
僕もその境地に至りたいです。
I'd like to reach that level too.
そのための道の一つにお嬢様との音楽活動があるなら
If one path
ご一緒させてください。
If one path to that goal is playing music with you, milady, I would love to do that with you. Aww.
本当に？
Really?
はい。
Yes.
きっと最初は不出来でお嬢様を失望させてしまうこともあるでしょう。
I'm sure I'll be horrible when I start. I might even make you lose hope in me at times.
でも本気でやっての失敗だったらそれは清々しいものに違いないと。
But if I've given it my all, even messing up is no big deal.
さっきお嬢様たちに教わりましたから。
That's what I learned from you all just now. You're embarrassing me. You're
お嬢様のこと
embarrassing me.
もっと好きになりました。
Oh, I love you more than ever, milady.
あなたは太陽のような人なのに僕が目を背けていたから。
Because I averted my eyes for so long, even though you shone like the sun.
こんなにもずっと近くにいたのにそれに気づけなかった。
I never noticed you when you were right there next to me.
じゃあもっと好きになってもらえるように頑張っちゃうぜ。
Then I'd better work even harder to make you love me even more.
いや
Cannon's serious and competitive words were more than enough to make Jessica shy. However, Cannon's expression unexpectedly clouded.
僕がお嬢様を好きになれる理由はこんなにもはっきりしています。
Lady, the reason I love you is so clear.
だからわからなくて辛いです。
Because of that, I can't bear not knowing.
何が？
Not knowing what?
お嬢様が僕を好きになる理由です。
Why did you start to like me?
お嬢様と違い僕は何も照らしてない。
Unlike you, I don't shine in any sense. Yeah, is that because Battler is piloting this? Is he like, we're direct. We're doing this. Everyone. Why did you start to like me? Unlike you, I don't shine in any sense.
今だってお嬢様に照らされながらその背中についていってるだけです。
Even now, I'm just clinging to your back as you shine the way.
そんなみすぼらしい僕をお嬢様が好きになる理由が何一つ思いつかないんです。
I can't think of any reason why you would love someone as shabby as me.
そんなことはないぜ。
That's not true, okay?
カノン君にだっていいところはいっぱいある。
There are all kinds of good things about you, Cannon-kun.
恥を忍んでお聞きします。
Let me swallow my pride and ask.
お嬢様は僕の何が気に入られたのですか？
What about me made you like me, milady? Cannon hung his head. Since he had never learned anything on his own, he had never been able to take the initiative with her in any way. The fact that he was accepting her affection one-sidedly, unable to do anything but simply receive it, made him sad and frustrated at himself. Jessica was lost for words. After all, compared to the reason that Cannon had started to love Jessica, Jessica's reason was a lot more vague. She had heard Shannon talking about her love with George. And at school, she and her friends had always talked about relationships with boys. There would have been nothing strange about a girl fascinated by the idea of romance developing an interest in a nearby member of the opposite sex. However, if you put that into words, it might be misinterpreted to mean that any nearby boy would have done just as well. However, she could still be proud of the feelings she felt at this very instant. She really did love Cannon, and she truly wanted to experience romance. As a result, they might end up together, or they might not. However, if she reached that result without holding back, she could accept it no matter which it was. That's why she was able to become serious and honest about how she felt. However, she couldn't find the right words to tell Cannon this. Cannon saw Jessica bite her lower lip in frustration. He finally realized.
バカだな、僕は。
I'm such a fool. Huh?
僕のどこが気に入ったんですかなんて質問。
Oh god, he's like, say one thing! Fucking Jessica, say one thing you like about me! And she's like, he's like, one thing! And she's like, This is awkward. This is awkward as hell. This sucks so bad. What do you like? What about me do you like?
本当にバカらしいと思ったんです。
That very question is foolish.
自分に本気じゃないから、自分のことさえ理解できてない証拠なんだ。
It's proof that I'm not serious about myself, and I haven't been able to understand even myself.
そんなことをお嬢様に言わせようとするなんて。
It's horrible of me to. It's horrible of me to try and make you say it for me.
そんなことないよ。
That's not true.
女の子だって
男子に告白されたら最初に聞いてみたい質問だもん。
After all, it's the first question any girl would like to ask after being given a love confession.
自分のどこを気に入ってくれたのって。
What part of me do you like?
それを相手に尋ねる時点で僕は未熟なんです。
It was immature of me to ask you that.
そんな未熟者に気に入ってもらえるようなものが
How could anyone
あ
love?
るわけがない。
How could anyone love someone so immature?
いや、そうじゃなくてその。
Oh wait, that's not. Jessica panicked, trying desperately to explain how she felt. However, Cannon was calm, and then he spoke.
だから
In that case,
僕がお嬢様を好きになるように
I want you to love me.
お嬢様にも僕を好きになってほしい。
The way I already love you.
そのために僕は自分を変えていくことにします。
I've decided to start changing myself so that can happen.
今はまだこんな自分をお嬢様に好きになってもらえるとは到底思えません。
I can hardly imagine that you would love me as I am.
でもいつか必ず
But someday, no matter what. Yeah,
絶対素敵なカノン君になれるよ。
I'm absolutely sure you'll become a wonderful person, Cannon-kun.
私がベタベタに惚れちゃうくらいの素敵な男の子になれる。
A guy so cool that I can't keep my eyes off you.
私はそれまでずっと一緒にいるから。
Until then, I'll stick by you all the way.
時間なんていくらでもある。
We have plenty of time. Well, that sucks.
ただ時間がそうないのが悔やまれます。
But unfortunately, there isn't that much time left.
時間って？
What do you mean?
家具の話をするとお嬢様が悲しまれます。
It usually saddens you when I talk about furniture.
でも話さなければなりません。
However, this is something I must tell you.
そしてそれは僕が本気で戦わなければならないことでもあるのです。
And it is also something I must fight with you. And it is also something I must fight for with all my soul. Not you.
何の話？
What are you talking about?
家具だから恋ができないとか、そういう話ならもう聞きたくないよ。
I don't want to hear any more of that I'm furniture so I can't fall in love talk.
カノン君は家具なんかじゃない。人間だよ。
You're a human, not furniture.
はい。
Yes.
だから人間になろうと思います。
I would like to become human.
ですがまだ家具なんです。
However, I'm still furniture.
ならなろうよ、人間に。
In that case, just do it. Become human.
かつて魔女は教えてくれました。
The witch taught me once.
この世の一なる元素。
About the single element of this world.
それは愛だと。
According to her, it's love.
それはこの世に住まう人間は当たり前のように享受できるものです。
It's something that humans born into this world can take for granted.
しかし家具として生み出されたこの世ならざる身には当たり前ではないのです。
However, it is not something that those not from this world who are born as furniture can take for granted.
その当たり前でないものを得るには魔法か奇跡が必要なんです。
In order to gain it for themselves, they must have magic or miracle. In just the same way that Nissan and George Sama would never have ended up as they have without borrowing the power of that golden butterfly brooch. I read that weirdly, but
さっきからこれがわ
fine,
からない
we'll deal with it. I don't really get that last part.
何がわからぬというか
What don't you understand?
聞かせよ。
Let me hear it.
今回のゲームが始まり、短くない時間がシャノンやカノンの恋への決意に割かれてきたわ。
Since this game began, a large portion of the time has been spent on Shannon and Cannon's determination to fall in love.
それ自体は自らを家具と蔑んできた少年少女の青春の決意と成長の物語と好意的に見てもいい。
I've got no problem interpreting that as a story of growth and teenage determination for a girl and a boy who call themselves furniture.
でも二人のある前提にさっきから強い違和感を覚えるの。
But one of the assumptions they make feels really out of place to me.
なぜ魔法が必要なのか。
Why is magic necessary?
であるか？
Is that it?
シャノンもカノンも、いえ、あえて家具と呼ぶわ。
Both Shannon and Cannon call themselves furniture.
家具たちは最初から一貫して人間とは恋愛ができないと主張してきた。
They've always claimed that there can't be love between furniture and humans.
そこに黄金蝶のブローチという魔法が介在し、その魔法という奇跡の結果、ジョージお兄ちゃんとの恋愛が成立した。
At that point, the magic of the golden butterfly brooch comes into play. As a miraculous result of its magic, love is established between Shannon and George Oni-chan.
そう主張してるわ。
That's what they claim.
身分の違いによる許されぬ恋が実るには、
Might it mean merely that forbidden love between people of different classes
魔法の奇跡でもないことにはありえぬと、そう考えたとしても無理はあるまい。
would be unmanageable without a miracle of magic?
そうね。
True.
だから使用人の身分であるシャノンとカノンが共に後宮家の人間に恋をし、
I can accept that Shannon and Cannon, who are servants in forbidden love with members of the family, and suffering for it,
許されざる恋に苦悩して自らを家具と卑下したとしても、それは納得できるの。
might debase themselves by calling themselves furniture.
では、そなたの納得できない点とは？
Then what is it you cannot accept?
再び魔法の力がなければ結婚はできない。
Without borrowing the power of magic once more, marriage will be impossible.
それがシャノンとカノンの2人の共通認識になってる。
That seems to be a common understanding between Shannon and Cannon.
これがどうしてもよく理解できないの。
I just can't understand that part. After meeting in secret for quite some time, George and Shannon had finally gotten engaged. Both were fully prepared for it emotionally. And though there would be some trouble with their relatives, it would probably be impossible for anyone to prevent their marriage by this point.
結ばれようとする二人の間に立つなぞ。飛ぶ矢の前に立ちて、それを掴もうとするにも等しい愚行よ。
Trying to stand between two who wish to be wed is as foolish as standing in front of an arrow and trying to catch it.
そういうこと。
Exactly.
伴侶を生涯守りきると誓ったジョージお兄ちゃんにとって、両親の反対や感動さえ恐れるものではない。
Now that George Oni-chan has sworn to protect his lover for the rest of their lives, he has no need to fear opposition and disinheritance from his parents.
むしろそれらさえも彼女への愛を示すちょうどいい試練だとさえ思っているわ。
On the contrary, he might even consider that a perfect test of his love for her.
つまり2人は必ず結婚する。
In other words, they will be married, no matter what.
誰も拒めない。
No one can stop them.
そして2人は婚約を快諾した。
And they've both consented to the engagement.
誰にも拒めない、阻めない。
No one can stop them or impede them.
馬に蹴られてなんとやらであるな。
Trying to break apart lovers is a foolhardy venture.
そう。
Yeah.
だから不思議なの。
And that's what's strange.
魔法なんて必要ない。
There's no need for magic. If George and Shannon had wanted Eva's approval for their engagement, then magic might really have been necessary. After all, Eva had forbidden his relationship with her. No matter how much George spoke on Shannon's behalf, the chances of Eva being convinced were very near zero. If that were the case, it would be understandable if they'd wanted a magical miracle to make Eva acknowledge that engagement.
しかし、ジョージお兄ちゃんはきっぱりと誓ってるわ。
However, George Oni-chan has already made an oath.
両親に婚約を認められなくても構わないと。
He doesn't care whether his parents approve of the engagement or not.
そう。
Yeah.
2人の婚約を阻む理由は何も存在しないの。
There's nothing standing in the way of their engagement.
そしてそれはシャノンだってよく知ってるはず。
And Shannon should know that well herself.
なのになぜ彼女はこの順風満帆の婚約を受けたこの夜になおも魔法の奇跡を祈るの？
So why is it that now, on this night where the proposal went so smoothly, she's still praying for a miracle of magic?
魔法の奇跡を得なければ結ばれる資格もないというのが
According to the furniture,
家具たちの主張であるな。
she won't even have the right to marry without such a miracle.
つまりこういうこと。
And there you go.
シャノンはジョージの婚約を受けているけど、
It means that Shannon has accepted George's proposal.
魔法の奇跡がなければ成就されない障害が残っていると知っていることになる。
but she knows that there's still some kind of barrier that can't be overcome without a magical miracle.
そしてその障害は
Miracle.
2人の努力では取り除けないとも。
And that barrier isn't something that they can overcome by their own efforts.
だから魔法という奇跡が必要。
That's why they need this miracle called magic.
どうして魔法がいるの？
Why do they need magic?
愛し合う2人に結ばれるための他にどんな奇跡が必要だっていうの？
If two people love each other, what other miracle could they possibly need to be together?
なるほど。
I see. Featherine listened to Angie's interpretation, smiling in a satisfied way. Apparently, she had already reached that conclusion and enjoyed watching Angie finally manage to do the same.
そしてその疑問はカノンにも向けられるわ。
And that same question applies to Canon as well.
ジェシカお姉ちゃんとの恋路は始まったばかりだけど、2人の気持ちはまっすぐ。
The love between him and Jessica Oni-chan has just begun, but their emotions are pure.
何の障害もないわ。
There's nothing standing in their way.
黄金蝶のブローチの力なんか関係なく、もう恋仲に慣れてる。
They're already in a loving relationship even without the golden butterfly brooch.
何年もの交際を経て、やがては結婚に行き着いても何もおかしくない。
The relationship they've started might easily last for years, eventually resulting in marriage.
こっちも障害は何も存在しないのよ。
There's nothing standing in their way either.
クラウスと夏日に結婚を認めさせようと思わない限り、こちらもまた魔法の奇跡は必要なさそうであるな。
As long as they don't seek approval from Kraus and Natsui, it seems that they will not need a magical miracle either.
そういうこと。
Exactly.
シャノンの生き方を見て、カノンもまた生き方を変えた。
Canon watched how Shannon lived and changed his own way of life.
そして素直な気持ちを伝え、ジェシカお姉ちゃんと2人で恋路を歩み始めた。
Then, he let his true feelings be known. Start a relationship with Jessica Oni-chan.
必要ないのよ。もはや魔法は。
There's no need for magic anymore.
片思いの相手になら恋のおまじないも必要かもしれない。
If it were a one-sided love, then you might need a love charm or something.
でももはや両者は相思相愛。
But their feelings are already mutual.
意思も疎通できてる。
They've already communicated their intentions to one another.
なのにどうしてその上魔法の奇跡が必要なの？
So why do they still need a magical miracle? Both furniture were in relationships of mutual love. There shouldn't have been any need for a miracle any longer. So why do they still desire some miracle? And on top of that, the single brooch was portrayed as bestowing only a single miracle. Felt almost as though Shannon was hesitating because if she used up that miracle for herself, Cannon's chances of love would be automatically sealed away for eternity.
つまりこういうことよ。
So this is the question.
どうして家具は恋をしてはいけないの？
Why is furniture not allowed to love?
魔法という奇跡なくしては、なぜ恋が許されぬことになっているのかか。
So, you ask why love will not be permitted without the miracle known as magic?
そして、
And also,
頑なに恋ができないと嘆いていた家具たちに、それを許すことのできる黄金蝶のブローチって。
though the furniture laments with such certainty that they're unable to love, this golden butterfly brooch is supposed to give them permission to do it.
一体何だっていうの？
Just what on earth is it? What is it?
もちろん魔法の結晶であるぞ。
Of course, it is a crystallization of magic.
ただし、多くの魔法と同様に、半魔法の毒素で焼かれ
I'm
る。
here to answer the question. However, like most magics, it can be burnt by the anti-magic toxin.
つまり魔女や魔法を信じる者にしか効果がないということなんですね。
So, can only have an effect for those who believe in magic and witches.
その通りだ。
Correct.
よって、わらわと交流することができたシャノンには、その効果を発揮した。
So, Shannon, who was capable of interacting with me, was able to make use of its
し
benefits.
かしもし、シャノンがそのブローチを砂浜に落とし、何も知らぬ者が拾ったとしたら。
However, Shannon had dropped it on a sandy beach. Someone who knew nothing picked it up.
その者が半魔法の毒をまとっていたら、ブローチの魔法は力を発揮できない。
If that person was shrouded in the anti-magic toxin, they wouldn't be able to make use of the brooch's magic power.
そういうことだ。
Precisely.
魔女のアイテムは直接の手渡しでなければ力を失うことが多いということだ。
A witch's magical items often lose their power if they are not handed over directly.
しかし魔女の存在を大勢の人間が認めることで半魔法の毒素がなくなり権限することができるのと同じに。
However, just as how a witch can manifest herself if her existence is acknowledged by a great many humans, and the anti-magic toxin disappears,
大勢の人間がそのアイテムの魔力を信じれば逆に魔力を維持することもある。
the power of that magical item can also be preserved if it is believed in by a great many humans.
皮肉な話ですね。
That's ironic.
私たち魔女がどんな魔法を授けてもそれを受け取れるかどうかは全て人間次第なんですね。
No matter what kind of magic we witches give out, everything depends on whether the human we give it to can accept it.
薬もそうだと聞いているぞ。
I've heard the same goes for medicine.
同じ薬を飲んでもその効果を知らされている人間にはより大きい効果が出るという。
Even with the exact same medicine, humans who know of the medicine's effect experience it to a greater degree.
あ、ちょっとわかります。
Oh, I think I understand.
風邪薬とか飲んだ時、薬効の解説書とか読んでると薬の効きがいいような気がしますよね。
When taking gold medicine, I've gotten the feeling that it's more effective when you read the description on the bottle. As she listened, Beata thought that magic sounded a bit like a ritual. When most humans think of magic, they think of incredible miracles being performed one after another in front of a crowd or of other humans. However, this true magic that the older sister spoke of sounded almost like a ritual, something that has no effect if the person using it doesn't believe. Shannon's heart was captured by George bit by bit as he grew by leaps and bounds. However, she had given up, thinking that one of a different class such as herself would never find love with him. That was when Beatrice had given her the golden butterfly brooch and encouraged her. Giving up means that you've got zero chance of success. However, if the power of magic makes you think there might be some chance of your wish coming true, then the odds of it happening are at least greater than zero. Zero remains zero forever, so miracle is a fitting way to describe even a faint chance coming into existence. Humans can use magic to defeat resignation, the process by which they themselves make the probability of success zero. When a human refuses to give up, though their chances of success may be small, those chances do exist. The more determined they become, the greater those odds rise. It was easy to imagine Shannon making earnest wishes upon that brooch, believing in its effect, and trying little things over and over again to get George to like her.
信じる力が
The power of
魔法に
belief
なる。
the power of belief becomes magic.
そしてそれを信じさせる者が魔女だ。
And those who make others believe are witches. Those who make others believe are witches. That's an interesting way to put it. If you think about it, it's true. Let's say a witch steps out into a spotlight, waves her staff in front of a crowd of onlookers, and makes a rabbit appear out of thin air. The many people who see it will surely assume it has been a sleight of hand. They might wonder how it was accomplished, but they'll surely say that it couldn't have been real magic. And when they applaud, it'll be for a splendid trick that only appeared to be magic. But what if someone performed a sacred ceremony inside a great ancient temple in front of a crowd of believers, and ended up with the exact same result? Would any of the people there think this was a sleight of hand? In fact, in the ancient past, when magic tricks as a form of entertainment didn't even exist, and divine spirits were worshipped, this would doubtlessly have been a miracle of magic.
なら
In that case,
これは魔法に
could this here be
なるでしょうか。
magic?
ほう
Aha!
魔法の使いの魔女のそなたが初めて振るう魔法とはどんなものか。
Well, now, what will be the first spell performed by the witch unable to use magic?
ここに空の紅茶のカップがあります。
Here, I have an empty teacup.
中身は空です。
There's nothing inside it.
空っぽであるぞ。
Yeah, it is empty.
それから
And then,
これを
you take it,
こうして
turn it like this,
テーブルの上に伏せておきます。
and place it upside down on the table.
それからそれから
And then, what next?
はい、一緒に目を閉じて魔法の呪文を唱えます。
Let's both close our eyes and chant the incantation. It was the same magic that had been used to give Maria candies. Beato the Elder grinned and closed her eyes. When she saw this, Beato slowly chanted the incantation.
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。
Come, try to remember.
カップの中に何が入っていたのか。
What was inside the cup? Indeed.
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。
Come, try to remember.
カップの中に何が入っていたのか。
What was inside the cup? As she chanted, Beato slowly opened her eyes and made sure that the older sister was repeating her with her eyes closed. Then, a single gold butterfly appeared out of nowhere, fluttered down and onto the overturned cup, and scattered away in a golden splash.
もうよいか？目を開けても。
May I open my eyes now?
はい。
Yes.
目を開けてカップの中身を改めてください。
Please open your eyes and inspect the contents of the cup.
さてさて。
Well now.
そなたが初めて使う魔法はいかほどのものか。
Let us see how well your first bit of magic was performed. Taking her time dragging out the suspense a little, the older sister lifted up the cup.
おや？
Aha.
いかがでしょうか？
How is it? When the cup was lifted up, there lay a single golden rose petal. Just don't try this trick
魔法になるでしょうか？
in front of Erica. She'll yell at you. Does this count as magic?
なるとも。
Yes, it does.
そなたが魔法にて伏せたカップの中に黄金の花びらを生み出した。
Oh shit, the second golden statement. I think. You use magic to create a golden flower petal inside an overturned cup.
見事な魔法であったぞ。
It was a splendid bit of magic.
愛がなければ見えない。
Without love, it cannot be seen.
それは理解できてるの。
That much I understand.
これを手品だと断じるもよし、
It may be viewed as a trick.
魔法だと信じるもよし、
It may also be believed to be magic.
そのものの毒素次第であろうな。
It all depends upon the toxin of the individual.
でもこれはかつての魔法の一部を説明はできるけど、全てを説明することはできないわ。
Then again, while this can explain some of the magic that's been used in the past, it can't explain everything.
話を戻すけれど、この程度の魔法やおまじないを信じるという程度の話では、
To get back to the point, all this stuff about believing in magic and rituals,
かたくなに恋ができないと嘆いていた家具たちに、それを許すことのできる黄金蝶のブローチとは一体何か
doesn't answer the question, what was this golden butterfly brooch?
という問いに答えられない。
Which allowed the furniture, who strongly believed that they could not love, to finally find love.
そこにいる二人のベアとの話を鵜呑みにするなら、
If we blindly accept the story of those two Beatos as true,
魔法には彼らの諦めを取り除く力があると考えるのが妥当であろう。
might we assume that magic had the power to cancel out their feelings of resignation?
どうして家具は恋をしてはいけないの？
Why mustn't furniture fall in love?
どうして魔法のブローチの力が必要なの？
Why is the power of the magic brooch necessary?
確かにあんたやベアトたちの話は一見、それにおぼろげとはいえ答えを与えているような気がする。
Yes, it does seem at a glance as though what you and Beatos are saying provides an answer, though a vague one.
でも朗読者だから言わせて。
However, let me say this as a reader.
それでは納得がいかないの。
I can't accept this as you presented it.
納得とは
You cannot accept it, you say?
家具たちはもっともっと悲壮な宿命に抗おうとしているわ。
The tragedy those furniture are struggling to resist is way too big to be explained away by that.
恋愛成就のお守りを託されたくらいで 自己改革ができる程度のものだったとは思えないの？
I doubt they could reform their way of thinking just because they were given some charm for making relationships.
現にシャノンはかつてジョージお兄ちゃんとの出会いのきっかけを作ったのはブローチのおかげだけど、
It's true that the brooch gave Shannon the chance she needed to get together with George Oni-chan.
それ以降は魔法の力を借りずに関係を深めたいと言ってベアトにブローチを返そうとさえしたわ。
But sometime after that, she said she wanted to deepen their relationship without borrowing the power of magic. She even tried to give the brooch back to Beato.
彼女はその時点で一度は魔法の奇跡と決別したはず。
At that point, she supposedly rejected the miracle magic for a time.
なのになぜ再びその力を必要としているの？
So, why would that power be necessary again?
さて、
Well, now.
恋と結婚は別物としか言いようがないであろうな。
Perhaps there's no way to say it except that love and marriage are very different things. Feathering laughed lightly. She had probably formed a theory of her own and was laughing at Angie, who hadn't reached it yet.
聞かせてよ。
Let me hear it.
あんたの見解。
What's your view?
もう少し寝かせたい。
I'd like to keep that to myself for just a while longer.
それに疑問を持ち思考を巡らすそなたを見ることもまた朗読の楽しみだ。
And of course, watching you form doubts and let your mind race is one of the joys of being read aloud to.
私の見解を話せばそなたはそれに納得し思考を止める。
If I gave you my views, you would accept them and stop thinking.
それでは朗読が面白くない。
Then, having you read aloud would be no fun.
すでに答えを知ってる推理小説を読ませて右往左往するところを見て楽しんでるってわけね。
So, you're having me read a mystery novel you already know the answer to, just so you can enjoy watching me blunder about?
それが感激の魔女というものだ。
Well, I am the Witch of Theater going.
悪趣味と笑いたくば笑うがよい。我が巫女よ。
If you wish to laugh at my bad taste, please do not hold back, my Miko. Miko?
わ
Miko.
ははは。
Wa ha ha ha. The game is telling me this is my final chance to solve the mystery. Unfortunate. I think someone, there was a YouTube comment, I think really early this morning or something. Maybe late last night, but I woke up to it, I think. Just today or yesterday. The days are blending. And it was someone being like, oh yeah, I at this point, it was like a few parts ago or something. It was like, at this point, I had already solved the thing and I'd, whatever. And then I reiterated my, like, I don't care too much to, like, try to, like, sit down and actually, like, try to solve it all before it's, like, kind of said to me. But I had made some joke. I was like, something along the lines of, like, man, I forgot the number, though, and I was too lazy to look it up. But I was like, if only I'd been using my more than the fabled 5% of my brain power to maybe solve all of Umineko's mysteries, I'd be able to do that and solve all of Earth's other problems. But alas, I'm too dumb. I'm just too dumb. And also, not even too dumb. It's not like me, like, not wanting to. It's like, there's a part of me that's just like, I kind of just want it. Any way I explain it makes me sound like I just want it to just come, like, something to just be explained to me. But it's like a part of me of wanting just, like, I want the game to be like, alright, we're ready to give you the answer. Here you go. And then I want that moment of realization to really, like, hit hard, potentially. Whereas if I solve it beforehand, the only satisfaction I get from that is maybe being like, whoa, I solved it before the thing, you know. So I'm like, in a sense, I'm like trusting. I'm trusting the story, and I'm trusting the game, and I'm trusting the writers to give me a good payoff for keeping myself in the dark slightly, and me not thinking too hard about anything at any given time. But whatever. Giggle, ha 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 ha. I understand that part of magic is created by a believing heart, and that magic probably permeates deep into the world of us humans as well. However, though it permeates so far, Power that dwells within magic is small. Lots of people visit shrines to pray for success on tests. However, people rarely credit such a visit as a reason for their success. By itself, praying does little more than give one peace of mind. In love, where even a small chance and a little bit of courage can result in major changes, this power can sometimes bring about incredible transformations. However, would something like that really be enough to change the insurmountable fate of furniture? In the past, when Shannon and George were brought together, I imagine that the brooch's magical power functioned as little more than a ritualistic charm. However, by now, the magical power that the furniture seek from that brooch is not something as vague as a ritual. It feels much stronger, like a whole different interpretation of magic. If you believe in a sleight of hand, it becomes magic. But that's no more than a child's trick, and that only explains one part of magic. They are hoping for something. They're hoping for something that much more power. They're hoping for something with much more power. For true magic, not a sleight of hand. So then... Just what kind of magic is the furniture expecting from that brooch? And with that, let's end the stream. Let's get myself out of this outfit, out of this mind state. We'll call it a solid 4 hours. All right, one last look at this before you'll never see me in this outfit again. Let me just go there. Oh, there we go. Spin the chessboard around. It's useless. It's all use. Oh yeah, swag. This. There's a part of me that's like, oh damn. You know, I worried about getting this outfit thing together, this cosplay together of Ishiromiya Battler. For what? And the only answer I have is for the bit. Will it get a lot of mileage out of this? Probably not. I don't know what else I would use it for. Especially being that if I was to gain just any more size anywhere, then it might be very difficult to wear. What I'll really do is commit to I'll just buy it again. I'll buy the pieces again. Get them in slightly larger size. Then I can wear it more comfortably all the time. Umineko when they drip. But yeah. Thanks for indulging the dumb yeah. How to like whatever. It's fine. Thank you so much for hopefully sticking around, enjoying the stream. The battler, what is it? We'll end there. We'll go back to canon. Apparently by the comments there. Apparently maybe we're finally in like a good section of answers. I hate to say it, I hate to admit, and I keep saying it. I don't want to sound like I'm saying it like I'm hating on Angie or anything, but it feels so bad that all of Angie's sections have mostly felt like just a slowdown to everything. She appears on screen and it's like just a sudden halt to like the fucking everything. But I guess someone's gonna come back at me and be like, you're gonna feel bad for your misdeeds and your crimes and thinking of that, or whatever that quote is. And oh, it's so important. She's saying important things and you're just not paying it. Whatever. I'm sorry. I like Angie as a character. I think she's just done dirty by these slow down feeling moments or whatever. Is how I describe it in my tired brain. Thank you so much. Hamburger. Thank you for the commitment. Yeah, of course. What is life except not one giant commitment to a bit, right? Thanks so much for watching. Have a great night. We'll do more Umineko Tuesday night, I assume. Yeah, we'll probably do that, and then we'll go back Saturday. So, I don't know how far we're in episode 6. I assume we're probably still not close at all. But, have a nice rest of your night. Have a great rest of your weekend, especially if it's a 3-day weekend, if you have that. I know I do. I'm looking forward to it. Until next stream.